I used to be a park ranger in the northern Sierra Nevadas, Yuba District, Tahoe National Forest. Remote country, real wilderness. Back then, our little outpost ran with 4 full-time rangers year-round, a seasonal crew of interns, and one old-timer named Jim who, if I'm being honest, could have retired a decade earlier. But the man loved the job, and honestly, we all respected the hell out of him for it. He'd worked through the late 70s and saw the park system through its changes, some good, some bureaucratic nonsense. And despite his age, he still did more before noon than most rookies did all week. This happened my 5th year in, early September. That time of year is always a bit of a gamble. We start to see fewer families and more of what we call fall freedom campers. Young people, usually college age, who decide to make the most of the semester break or just skip class for a long weekend of drinking and making noise deep in the woods. I don't mind the rowdy types too much. Most of them are harmless. But sometimes you get the kind who think the backcountry is their personal playground and forget that there are real dangers out there. Not just terrain or weather, but animals. One group like that rolled in on a Thursday afternoon. 5 of them in total. I remember because they pulled in with 2 brand new Jeeps, music blasting, beers already in hand, and the kind of smug confidence that practically dared someone to say something. White baseball caps, shirts off, girls' names sharpened across their chests. Classic college frat energy. They checked into Site 14, one of the more isolated campgrounds near the upper loop of Gold Pine. That particular site backed into a dense patch of forest that stretched up into the hills, mostly manzanita underbrush and big pines, with a narrow creek that ran nearby. It was scenic as hell, but not the kind of place you want to be caught outside at night, without a light, especially during mountain lion season. We gave them the standard talk. Fire restrictions, bear-proof containers, keep it quiet after 9 p.m. They nodded along, half listening, and promised to behave. By 10 that night, we could hear them from the station nearly a mile down the road. Music, shouting, some kind of chant. I was in the main office finishing paperwork when Jim came in holding 2 mugs of coffee and a look that told me what I already knew. Let's go. We drove out in the old park-issued Jeep. The kind with the olive paint that never quite stopped smelling like oil and pine sap. When we pulled into the loop, their site looked like a damn tailgate party. Fire too high, booze everywhere, a speaker rigged to a car battery, and 3 of them dancing around in what looked like towels. No shirts, no shoes, just stupidity. I did the routine, flashed the light, gave the warning. Jim stayed quiet, letting me handle it. That was his way. He only spoke when it mattered. They acted polite, said they'd keep it down, all that. So we left it at that and drove off. Back at the station, I poured myself some coffee and sat out on the porch. Jim stayed inside, flipping through the incident log from the week. After a while, he looked up. "You hear that?" I paused. Faint noise, like distant shouting. A whoop, then another. "Damn kids," he said. "You know, back in the day, we had ways of handling this." I smiled, thinking he was joking. But then he stood up, walked into the Interp Center, and came out holding the mountain lion pelt. The thing was massive. We used it for educational programs, draped it over mannequins to show visitors how big the cats really were. It still had the head intact, mounted taxidermy style, eyes glassy and wide. He tossed down the table. "You feel like having some fun?" I should have said no. I know that now. But I was tired. Tired of frat boys who didn't listen. Tired of noise complaints. Tired of disrespect. And honestly, a little humor sounded good. So we planned it out. Jim grabbed the pelt. I took the mag light, night vision goggles, and our backup PA speaker, the one we normally use to call in search parties. We waited an hour to make sure they were settled in their tents. Then we drove back up in the dark, headlights off, sticking to the gravel path, slow and silent. Once we parked half a mile out, we walked in. I carried the pelt. Jim took the speaker and crept to the ridge overlooking the site. I set the lion pelt up in a clearing, maybe 15 yards from the tents. Propped it up with a few branches in a crouch position so it looked like it was stalking. Then I walked around and made big prints in the soft dirt with a carved foam mold we use for wildlife demos. Wide, padded paws, full claws. I pressed them in deep, circling the tents, doubling back toward the pelt. Jim started the growls, slow, low, like a throat rumble through the speaker. Then a sudden snarl. I flipped on the mag light and aimed it toward the pelt. The silhouette against the trees was perfect, tall, tense like something mid-step. I moved the light slowly, and the shadow flickered. It looked alive. I could hear the panic in the tents. Sleeping bags rustling. A whimper. Someone saying something sharp and clipped, probably telling the others to shut up. Then Jim shouted through the speaker in his most serious voice. "Stay in your tents." A second later, "She's moving. She's coming around the side." Then, another one to the east. And finally, "Let's get the hell out of here." That was the cue. I killed the mag light. Jim yanked the speaker cable. We pulled the pelt off the branches, sprinted through the brush, and jumped into the Jeep. I hit the ignition and peeled out fast enough to leave tire marks in the gravel. Back at the station, we sat on the porch drinking what was left of the lukewarm coffee. We didn't say much. I'll admit I laughed. Jim just smiled like someone who'd seen it all before. But the next morning, things shifted. Around 8:30, the phone rang. It was the campground office. One of the guys from Site 14 had come down the trail barefoot, shaking. Wouldn't go back up alone. Said something had tried to get into the tent. I drove out solo. When I got there, the site was a mess. Tents partly collapsed, garbage strewn across the ground. Two of the guys were packing up. One sat on a log staring at the ground. The fifth was sitting in the Jeep, locked inside, arms folded tight. They asked if I'd seen anything last night. I played it cool. Said no. Said mountain lions are shy, rarely seen. Told them it was probably nothing. They pointed out the tracks. I walked around pretending to examine them, nodding like I didn't know they were fake. But then I noticed something else. One of the tents, the farthest from the fire ring, had long tears along the side. 3 deep slashes clean through the nylon. I hadn't done that. I walked closer and saw more prints. Not the foam mold kind. These were different. Smaller. Real. Front paws angled in. No drag marks. No human boot prints nearby. There had been a cat. At some point in the night, while we were messing around, an actual mountain lion must have come through. Maybe drawn in by the noise. Maybe curious about the fake calls. I don't know. But it had walked through the same clearing right by the pelt and come close enough to scratch at a tent. None of us heard it. And that's the thing about mountain lions. They don't announce themselves. They don't growl, don't roar like in the movies. They stalk. They watch. They wait. I cleaned up what I could. Helped them pack. Didn't say much. They didn't ask many questions. They were quiet now, humbled in a way that felt deeper than embarrassment. When I got back to the station, Jim was sitting on the bench outside. He looked up at me, then at the pelt still in the back of the Jeep. "We done playing games?" he asked. I nodded. We never pulled that stunt again. A week later, a hiker found a partially eaten deer carcass less than a quarter mile from Site 14. We did a sweep with cameras. One night later, we caught the footage, clear as day. A big female mountain lion, probably 8 years old, maybe 90 pounds, lean and silent, passing right through the old campsite, sniffing the dirt, pausing near the fire ring, then vanishing into the trees. I still think about that night, about the silence, about how close we came to something going very wrong. And the thing is, if something had happened, nobody would have ever believed it was just a prank. Nobody would have known how close we were to losing control. We never filed a report. Too risky. Too many unknowns. But I made a mental note I still carry with me. The woods don't care if you're joking. They don't care if you're playing games. Out there, silence is survival. And sometimes the scariest thing isn't what you see. It's what you almost didn't. I've worked as a ranger for over 12 years now, mostly on the West Coast. I've covered national parks in Washington, Oregon, and Northern California. Forests so thick with pine and Douglas fir you can't see the sky. Mountains that stretch high enough to hold snow all year round. And coastlines where you feel like the land just falls away into forever. But this story happened before all that, back before I ever put on a uniform. Back when I was just someone trying to find some peace on a short solo camping trip along the coast. I didn't plan anything big. I wasn't deep in the backcountry or 10 miles from the nearest road. I wasn't hunting or climbing or doing anything that most people would consider dangerous. I was in a regular, marked campground in a park that had paid rangers, bathrooms with plumbing, and a small gift shop. It was early spring, and I was the only one at my site. At that time, I didn't think much about it. I liked being alone. The trip was supposed to be a break. I was recovering from a minor back injury that had sidelined me from work for a while, and I needed some air. I can't sleep on the ground, even with a thick mat, so I converted the back seat of my old Subaru into a sleeping bench. Folded the seats down, laid down a piece of plywood, a couple of cushions, and a thick sleeping bag. It wasn't fancy, but it worked. I covered the back windows with cut-out pieces of Reflectix foam and draped some blankets up front for privacy. No tents, no fuss. The place I picked was just off the coast in Oregon. A dense little campground tucked into a patch of Sitka spruce and hemlock trees. You could hear the waves crashing from your site, even though the actual beach was a short walk down a bluff. It was still cold at night, low 40s maybe, and the only heat I had was from layers in an old 0-degree bag I trusted with my life. The first day was uneventful. I arrived mid-afternoon, picked a spot tucked back against a tree line, set up camp, and cooked a simple dinner on a little propane stove on the picnic table. The sun went down early, as it does in those parts. It always gets darker faster in the woods. I read a book under a headlamp for a while, then crawled into the back of the car around 9:30 and zipped myself into the bag. I remember thinking how quiet it was, just the distant roar of the ocean and the occasional rustle of wind through branches. I slept fine that night. The next morning, I walked along the coast trail for a few hours, watched the fog lift over the cliffs, and ate lunch sitting on a big piece of driftwood. There was no one else on the trail. It was peaceful. I didn't even see footprints. I returned to camp by late afternoon, cleaned up, and repeated the same evening routine. Read for a bit, crawled into the bag, and fell asleep with the sound of waves in my ears. Then came the second night. That was the night I woke up to the rumbling. At first, I wasn't fully awake. It started as a low, deep vibration, like the sound of a cart full of bricks rolling across uneven pavement. I've heard shopping carts grind across bad asphalt, and it reminded me of that, except lower, heavier. It was definitely something outside the car, and it was getting closer. I blinked my eyes open, but I couldn't see anything. All the windows were covered. The inside of the car was pitch black. My heart started beating faster. My first thought was that it was another camper, someone rolling a cooler or a wagon across the gravel. But it didn't make sense. The sights around me were empty. I'd walked the loop that afternoon and hadn't seen a single other car. I hadn't even seen tire tracks in the sights near me. The rumbling got louder, closer, then it stopped, and then the car moved. Not a shake, not a vibration. It was a bump, a single, solid jolt, enough to rock the suspension and push me an inch or two to the side, like something big had slammed into the rear quarter panel. I froze, eyes wide open now, trying to remember where I'd put the bear spray. But it was zipped into the outside pocket of my pack, which was sitting on the front passenger seat. Out of reach. I was still half stuck in the sleeping bag. I fumbled for the zipper on the inside, hands clumsy, fingers cold. I got the bag open after what felt like forever. Sat up, peered through the blanket I'd draped over the front seats, waiting for movement. But there was nothing. No sounds now, just silence. The kind of silence that feels like it's waiting. I stayed like that for maybe 5 minutes, straining to hear, not even daring to move too much in case whatever it was came back. Eventually, I reached forward, yanked the blanket off the windshield, and peeked out. The forest was still and gray, just the faint light of the moon coming through the canopy. I looked through the side windows too. Nothing. No shadows. No motion. No noise. I slid into the front seat, started the engine, and turned on the headlights. The beam lit up the front of the site, picnic table, fire ring, trees. No animals. No people. I turned the high beams on and leaned over the steering wheel, squinting at the tree line. Nothing. But I was still rattled. And I knew I wasn't going to sleep again that night. Not with something big enough to move the car out there. I got out, walked around the vehicle, and checked for damage. I didn't find anything broken or dented, but I did find something else. About 5 feet away from the rear bumper, near the edge of the gravel parking spot, the ground dipped into a patch of soft forest soil. The moonlight was enough to see what was there, prints. They were hard to read, mostly smudges, but definitely footprints of some kind. 4-toed wide deep, too small for a bear, too large for a raccoon or coyote. My first thought was maybe a boar, but they weren't cloven. They looked rounder, more padded. Whatever it was had walked right up behind the car. I didn't see any dragging marks, no sign of claws or scraping. Just heavy footfalls that stopped near the back of the vehicle. And the strangest thing? They didn't go anywhere else. No trail away from the car. No prints leading back into the woods. Just a few deep imprints right behind the Subaru, then nothing. I didn't stay at the site the next night. I packed up as the sun came up, took a short drive to the ranger station, and told them what I saw. The ranger on duty didn't act too surprised. He said they occasionally got mountain lions in the area and sometimes black bears. He offered me a different site, closer to the front of the campground, but I declined. I just thanked him and left. Drove 3 hours south and checked into a cheap motel in a nearby town. I still didn't sleep well that night. The experience stuck with me, not because I thought it was supernatural or unexplainable, but because I couldn't explain it. The noise, the prints, the way the car moved, it didn't add up neatly. Years later, when I became a ranger myself, I started digging around. I asked wildlife officers, biologists, rangers who'd worked long stints in backwoods campgrounds. I didn't tell them the story right away, just asked what kinds of animals might approach a parked car in the middle of the night, make a sound like a heavy cart rolling over gravel, and bump the vehicle hard enough to rock it. Most of the answers were vague. One ranger guessed it could have been a large elk rubbing against the car. Another said it might have been a bear that got startled. Someone else suggested a wild hog, but nobody could explain the rumbling noise or the fact that the print stopped. One guy, a quiet, older ranger who'd worked in the forest since the 80s, finally gave me something close to an answer. He told me about a few encounters people had reported up and down the coast, usually near isolated campgrounds or ranger cabins. All different places, but the details lined up. Heavy thudding noises at night, vehicles getting pushed or bumped, no visible damage, and strange, unclear footprints that didn't lead anywhere. Some prints seemed like hooves, some like padded feet, others just didn't make sense. He didn't try to name it, didn't offer theories, just told me it's not always about what animal it is. Sometimes it's just about being in their way. That stayed with me more than anything. It reminded me that the forest is full of things we don't catalog properly. Not because they're magical or mysterious, but because they're rare or elusive or too smart to stick around when humans are nearby. The wild isn't just made up of animals we know. It's made up of time, of distance, of spaces we barely enter, and things that live in those spaces move the way they want. Whatever walked by that night, it probably had no interest in me. It didn't break a window or try to get inside. It didn't leave a mess or a trail of destruction. It was just passing through, but it passed close enough to leave its weight on my car. And that weight stayed in my mind for a long time. That was over a decade ago. Since then, I've seen a lot as a ranger. I've dealt with lost hikers, forest fires, animal attacks, and even a couple of body recoveries. The forest teaches you to live with uncertainty, not to fear it, but to respect it. I still camp, still sleep in my car sometimes, but I always park facing the exit now. I always keep my bear spray within reach. And I never forget that just because something doesn't make a sound when it leaves doesn't mean it isn't still watching. Some people hear a bump in the night and move on. Others never hear the bump, but still wake up with a story they can't explain. Me, I just remember the way the ground looked the next morning. Damp, quiet, and still. Like nothing had happened. But something had. And it's that kind of quiet that sticks with you. When I first moved into the cabin, I thought I had found the perfect place to start over. I just quit a soul-crushing job in the city. I wanted silence, space, and to cut back to the basics of life. No more lights humming overhead, no more neighbors yelling through apartment walls, no more traffic. Just me, some trees, a little isolation, and a wood-burning stove. That's what I thought I was signing up for. The cabin sat 4 miles down a dirt road from the nearest paved one, right on the outer edge of a massive national park. The owners were an older couple who'd built it decades earlier and rented it out cheap with the kind of proud, dismissive attitude people have when they think they've survived something harder than you ever will. It had no plumbing, no electricity, not even a lock on the front door. That last part, I was told, kept it natural. It was a small place, just a single room with a raised bed platform, a little shelf for cooking gear, a couple of chairs, and a big iron stove that filled the space with heat if you fed it right. There was a small porch, a cleared path down to a spring, and not much else. The first few days were peaceful. I'd wake up to birdsong and fall asleep to the wind rustling through tall grass and the distant call of owls. My phone had no signal out there, and it felt like a blessing at first. My roommate, Nate, moved in the week after. He was doing a 3-month internship with the Park Service, which meant he was gone most days, long hikes, soil tests, and something to do with tree diseases. Nate was from San Diego, and the outdoors were a novelty to him. I thought he'd last a few weeks before heading home, but he surprised me by sticking around, at least at first. The days were quiet. The nights were not. The first time I heard the footsteps, it was just after midnight. I'd gone out to the edge of the spring with a flashlight, needing to use the bathroom, nature's way. As I was walking back, I heard it. Something moving in the brush. Heavy, deliberate steps. Not a raccoon or a fox. It didn't have that fast, skittering energy. This was slower, purposeful, like someone walking barefoot or in soft shoes through dried leaves. I stopped walking and listened. The steps stopped too. At first, I told myself it was a pig, maybe even a bear, although I'd never seen any sign of them near the cabin. I told myself it could have been the wind, although I'd lived long enough in places where wind sounds like wind and footfalls sound like footfalls. But I forced myself to let it go. The next night, it happened again. This time I was inside, reading by headlamp, and I heard it from the open window. Same cadence. A few slow steps, then nothing. Too deliberate for an animal, too irregular for wind. I got up and turned off the headlamp. Sat in silence. Waited. Heard again. Closer. Still outside. Still near the tree line, just past the clearing. I stepped onto the porch and scanned the tree line with my light. Nothing. Nate thought I was being dramatic when I told him. He laughed it off, said I was just psyching myself out. You wanted to live in the woods, he told me. This is the woods. I didn't push the issue. But the next week, I stopped sleeping in the cabin. The sounds came every night now. Always after midnight. Sometimes just a few steps. Sometimes for minutes at a time. Always stopping when I stepped outside or shined a light. I started sleeping in my car. I'd wait until Nate was asleep, take my sleeping bag, and walk a full acre across the property closer to where the trees opened into a rocky ridge. I'd park facing the open field, windows cracked, doors locked, flashlight beside me. It wasn't comfortable, but felt safer. Until it didn't. One night, after a week of sleeping in the car, I woke up to a tap. Not a loud bang or a scratch, just a soft, deliberate tap on the back window. I sat up instantly. I didn't move. I just listened. Then, another tap. Same rhythm. Same spot. I couldn't see anything. The rear window was fogged over slightly from the temperature difference inside and out. I reached for the flashlight and snapped it on. Nothing. I got out of the car, heart pounding, and walked around it slowly. Nothing. No footprints. No broken branches. The next morning, I found a cigarette, but near the car. Fresh. Unfiltered. I didn't smoke. Nate didn't either. I moved out 2 days later, packed everything into the car while Nate was at work, and drove the 4 miles back to the main road. I texted him later, told him I couldn't do it anymore. He didn't get it. Thought I was losing it. He stayed. About 3 weeks later, I got a message from him. He'd been robbed. Someone had come into the cabin while he was on a supply run. They didn't take much, just some tools, a few things from the food shelf, his headlamp, a folding knife. Nate told me he still didn't want to install a locking door. He said it was probably just a hiker who got lost and hungry. Another 2 weeks passed. It happened again. This time they took a sleeping bag and an old radio. Still, he stayed. Finally, he agreed to put up motion-triggered trail cameras around the cabin. One facing the path from the forest. One facing the spring. One over the porch. That's when he called me, really shaken. Told me he'd gotten pictures. I didn't believe him until I saw them myself. It was a man, probably mid-50s, gray beard, weathered face, dressed in a worn jacket, heavy boots, and holding what looked like a long rifle. One of the cameras caught him crouched in the brush at the edge of the property just before dawn. Another showed him standing behind the outhouse, not doing anything, just watching, for hours. Nate took the pictures to the ranger station, but there wasn't much they could do. He wasn't on park property. He hadn't broken in during the time the cameras were up. He was just there, watching. Eventually, Nate moved out too. We both stayed with friends for a while, and neither of us went back to that property. The owners didn't care, so it was all just part of the wild experience. But here's the part one never told Nate. 2 weeks after I moved out, I went back one morning to grab something I'd left behind, an old box of photos I'd stashed under the bed platform. I got there just after sunrise. The place was quiet. I walked around the cabin before going inside. On the back wall, carved into the wood with a knife, were 2 words. Stay quiet. There were boot prints in the mud behind the cabin. Same tread pattern I'd seen in Nate's trail cam pictures. I never told the owners. Never reported it. I just got in the car and left. Sometimes late at night, I'll be walking to my apartment in the city, and I'll hear footsteps behind me. It's always just someone heading home. But that little twinge in my chest doesn't go away. I don't think it ever will. Back in 2010, I had just finished a wilderness leadership class that I took in Oregon. It was one of those programs where they push you hard, not only physically, but mentally too. It was all about self-reliance, navigation, surviving with minimal gear, and trusting your instincts. I came out of it feeling more capable than ever. I didn't grow up outdoorsy, but something about learning to live simply and face nature head-on really got to me. After I graduated from that course, I felt like I needed a final test, something real, something without backup or instructors looking over my shoulder. That's what led me to Colorado in the dead of winter. I'd read in a backcountry forum about some hot springs along the Colorado River. They only appeared in winter, when the river was low enough that the pools weren't underwater. During summer, the snowmelt would raise the water line and completely bury them. I'd never been to that part of Colorado before, but it looked just remote enough. The springs were on Bureau of Land Management land, and the only access was by a rough gravel road that most people wouldn't bother with once the snow started falling. I figured it'd be the perfect place to get some time alone. The driving was slow and kind of sketchy. I had a 4Runner with some decent tires, but even so, there were parts of the road where the snow had drifted over and it felt like I was floating on top of the surface with nothing but ice underneath. I had to park at a turnout about 4 miles from where I wanted to camp. That was the closest I could get before the road became completely impassable. There was no one else parked there, just a big open patch of land with some tire tracks frozen into the snow and a beat-up sign warning about river flooding in spring. There was a small BLM station near the trailhead. A woman came out of the little cabin when she saw me unpacking. She wasn't a ranger exactly, more like a seasonal caretaker, but she kept a rough log of people who entered and exited. She asked me what I was planning, and when I told her I'd be solo camping for a couple of weeks, she didn't seem surprised. Just asked me to write the current date on the corner of my windshield once a week if I drove back into town for supplies. She said if she ever noticed the date hadn't changed for a while, she'd send someone to check on me. I guess that was her way of keeping track without being overbearing. The hike was peaceful. It was cold, maybe around 25 degrees Fahrenheit, but the sun was out and there wasn't much wind. I had snowshoes strapped to my pack, but didn't need them that first day. I followed a narrow trail that wound along a bluff, looking out over the wide gray ribbon of the Colorado River. The banks were frozen in places, but the water was still moving steadily. I remember the crunch of my boots on the snow and how still everything felt. Just me, my pack, and the sound of my breathing. I found a spot about 40 feet up from the river, tucked near a cliff edge. It wasn't much, a flat patch of dirt and snow with a few twisted junipers and pinyon pines, but I chose it for one reason: bears. That early in winter, they were supposed to be deep in hibernation. But everyone who's been out in real wilderness knows nothing is guaranteed. A bear that didn't get enough fat in the fall might still be awake and desperate. If one wandered into my camp looking for food, I didn't want to be trapped in a flat clearing with nowhere to go. That cliff gave me a crazy kind of escape plan. If things ever got bad, really bad, I figure I could jump and hit the river, then float down to the hot springs. Hypothermia would be a serious risk, but at least I'd be alive. At least it was an option. I set up my tent with the entrance facing the river. That way, if I ever had to sprint toward the cliff in the middle of the night, I wouldn't get tangled up. I packed down the snow with my boots and built a little windbreak with logs and rocks. Every night, I strung up my food in a bear bag while away from camp. I brought a small bear canister too, but I kept that closer just for backup. Bear spray was clipped to the inside of the tent, but I already knew it was basically useless in an enclosed space. You fire that off inside a tent, and you're just as screwed as whatever you're aiming at. The first few nights were fine. Cold, quiet, peaceful. I spent my days walking the river, scouting for tracks, and soaking in the hot springs. The water was hotter than I expected, probably close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the deeper parts. Steam rolled off the surface in thick clouds, and you could see the snow melting in patches around the rocks. I'd sit in the water for an hour at a time, then dry off and rush back to camp before the cold could settle into my bones. At night, I'd sit outside and watch the stars. There were no lights anywhere. No glow from towns, no traffic, no planes, just endless black sky and a quiet so deep it felt like sound had stopped existing. I've never experienced stillness like that since. No cell service, no distractions, just me, the cold, and the dark. But every night, even though I was trying to enjoy it, I was also waiting, listening. I'd lie in my sleeping bag, every muscle tense, heart beating slow and loud. I imagined the worst constantly. A bear tearing through the nylon, claws flashing. Waking up to hot breath in the dark. That edge never really went away. Being alone does something strange to your mind. It heightens everything. Every crack of a branch becomes a threat. Every gust of wind sounds like something walking. You start to question your own senses. You don't relax. You just get better at pretending you're relaxed. On the seventh night, I woke up just before dawn. I could tell it was still early because everything was pale blue and dim. My watch said 5:42 a.m. I was warm inside the sleeping bag, but something had pulled me out of sleep. I didn't move right away, just listened. At first I heard nothing. Then came the sound. Heavy breathing. Slow, steady loud. Then a grunt. Then a deep thudding noise, like something big was shifting its weight in the snow. I froze completely. My heart jumped in my throat and started pounding like a drum. I kept my arms still, my legs locked. Whatever it was close. Right outside the tent. I heard the crunch of snow under hooves or paws, slow, deliberate steps circling the tent. My breath got shallow and fast. I could feel adrenaline moving through my chest and into my fingertips. The grunting came again, then sniffing, loud, wet, sniffing right against the tent wall. I could see the fabric pushing inward slightly as something pressed against it. I wanted to reach for the bear spray, but I couldn't move. I didn't want to make a sound. Every instinct screamed at me to stay still. The steps circled once more, and then I heard a second set. Lighter, faster, then a third. There were more of them now. They weren't making much noise, but the presence was unmistakable. Heavy bodies shifting around outside, breathing hard, huffing, occasionally pawing or scraping at the snow. This went on for maybe 10 minutes. Might have been less, but it felt like forever. Eventually, the sound started to move away, slowly, then with more speed. I heard a strange high-pitched bark, and then the group trotted off. After a while, the quiet returned. It took me another hour before I dared to unzip the tent. The morning was fully awake by then. The light had that dry, sharp feel you only get in mountain winters. I stepped out, my breath steaming in front of me, and looked around. The snow was torn up with tracks. Not paw prints, hoofs. Dozens of them. Long, narrow, with the characteristic double-point split. A herd of elk. I let out this weird, shaky breath and just stood there staring at the mess they'd made. They'd come through my camp in the dark, maybe following the river or moving from one grazing patch to another. The whole time, I thought I was going to die, but it was just elk. Even though the danger had only been in my head, the fear was real. I didn't go back to sleep that morning. Just packed a small bag and hiked to the hot springs to clean my head. Sat in the water for almost 2 hours. I stayed out there another week. There were no more close calls after that, but I was never quite as relaxed. That herd had reminded me how vulnerable I really was. Alone in the middle of nowhere, no cell service, no backup, just a thin wall of fabric between me and whatever passed through the trees at night. When I finally hiked out, The snow was deeper and the air colder. I scraped the snow off my 4Runner and updated the date on the windshield before heading into town. The BLM lady wasn't there when I passed the station. I never saw her again. That trip taught me something I never learned in the leadership class. Real fear isn't about drama or danger. It's about how small you feel when the world moves past you, not even noticing you're there. Those up didn't know I existed. They were just living their lives, walking through the dark, grunting and sniffing and huffing. And I was lying still, frozen in a tent, completely at their mercy. That's the kind of thing that sticks with you. I still go camping. I still go solo. But I never forget that night. Never forget the sound of something breathing inches from my face in the cold, blind dark, and how I couldn't tell what it was until it was long gone. I worked as a field leader for a kids' outdoor program. Not exactly a park ranger, but close enough. We stayed out in forests for days, lived in tents, cooked over fire pits, taught the kids how to read trail signs, purify water, make emergency shelters, the whole deal. I led the 8 to 10-year-olds group, and while they were still young and needed a lot of supervision, they were just old enough to be excited about stuff like campfire stories, learning how to pitch a tent without help, and especially the night game. That's what we called it, the night game. Every trip had one. It was a tradition. It happened near the end of the trip, once the kids were settled in and the forest had started feeling more like a second home than a scary place. It was a game designed to spook them a little, to test their nerves, make them bond with each other. We'd set up hidden checkpoints in the woods, and teams of kids had to find and complete small tasks, tying knots, answering trivia, sometimes just surviving a jump scare from one of the older leaders in a mask. They loved it. This particular year, we had access to a massive piece of private woodland. It was about 2 hours out from the nearest town, up in the northern part of the country where the trees get dense and old. The terrain was big, too big. Normally, before the kids arrived, we'd scout the entire area. We'd mark out any dangerous spots, cliffs, bogs, heavy brush, or any signs of wildlife dens or deep water. But this time, even after 3 days of prep, we hadn't seen more than a third of the place. Still, the campsite itself was good. Big clearing, flat ground, a narrow stream, just a short walk off the main path for water. Enough space for the tents, the kitchen tarp, and the rope course we put up for the daytime games. The first few days went fine. The kids were having fun, weather was dry, no issues. But on the 4th night, we ran the night game, and that's when things got strange. We always split into 2 teams of leaders, the monsters and the checkpoint guides. I chose monster duty. It meant getting dressed in old masks, face paint, sometimes black garbage bags or burlap sacks, and hiding along the trails. We didn't jump out too much, just enough to make them feel the thrill. You learn not to overdo it when you're scaring kids. You want adrenaline, not trauma. I picked a stretch of woods on the east side of the terrain. We hadn't scouted it much, but it was open and flat, which made it ideal for chasing and being chased. The trees were spread out, mostly pine, and there wasn't much undergrowth. I got in a costume, black hoodie, gloves, a burlap mask I cut eye holes into, and a thick rope around my waist like a belt. I didn't bring a flashlight, since the kids might see the beam and give away my position. The game kicked off just after dusk. I stayed quiet in the woods, listening for running footsteps, rustling, giggles. Kids breaking the silence, scared but thrilled. I hid behind a large pine and waited. But instead of kids, I started seeing something else. The first time it happened, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I saw a shape, person-sized, move across the tree line, maybe 15 meters away. It was fast and silent. I held my breath, thinking it might be one of the other leaders, maybe going to another checkpoint or trying to get into a better spot. A few minutes later, I saw it again. This time it passed between 2 trees, about 10 meters out, heading left to right. Still no noise, no breaking twigs, no breathing, just this dark shape slipping through the trees. I didn't call out. We weren't supposed to break character, and besides, it didn't look like a kid. It was too tall and thin, definitely adult-sized. I assumed it was another monster. Maybe Max or Elias. Both like to pull surprise scares even on the other leaders. but I got a bad feeling in my gut. One of those feelings that feels stupid until it doesn't. The game started winding down about 90 minutes in. Some of the kids had already made it back to camp. I started heading west through the trees to circle back. That's when I saw it again, but this time it was standing still. There was a tree, a tall pine, maybe 15 meters in front of me, and I saw the figure standing right next to it. No flashlight, no noise, just standing. I was annoyed at first. I thought whoever it was, they were just trying to mess with me. So I started walking toward them. I thought I'd walk up, say got me, and we'd laugh about it later. But the closer I got, the more my brain started screaming that something wasn't right. The figure was wearing a torn, muddy burlap sack over its body. Not like mine. This one looked old, ragged, stained. Around the head, it had what looked like tied-up plastic grocery bags, white ones knotted tight. I couldn't see a face. No shoes. The feet were bare, and I could see dark crusted mud on the legs and arms, even from where I stood. The hands were twisted. That's the part one remember most clearly. They weren't hanging normal, not relaxed or in fists. The fingers were curled in, stiff like claws, like he couldn't open them, just stuck in that shape. I stood there, 10 meters away, waiting for him to move or say something. Then I heard a sound. Knock, knock, knock. It was soft, rhythmic. He was smacking his head slowly into the tree, just leaning forward, hitting the bark again and again. Something inside me cracked. I didn't care if it was a prank or performance art, or if Elias had lost his mind. My whole body told me to leave. I turned and started walking fast back toward camp. As soon as I moved, I heard footsteps behind me. Fast ones. I ran, not looking back. I couldn't afford to trip or panic. Just straight through the open woods, arms up to guard my face from branches, trying not to hyperventilate. I ran full tilt for maybe a minute before the lights of the campfire came into view through the trees. I bolted into the clearing. Everyone was already there. I did a quick scan. The other leaders were dressed up or in full costume, standing with the kids, drinking tea. The ones on checkpoint duty were clean, in regular jackets, none of them out of breath. No one could have gotten back before me. And even if they had, they would have needed time to clean up, change clothes, and act normal. I was panting, trying to figure it out. Someone asked me what was wrong. I brushed it off and told them they got me good with that extra actor in the woods. They just stared at me like I was joking. I let it go. What else could I say? That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside the tent made my muscles tense. The forest, which had felt like home for days, suddenly felt wrong. Like something had been let loose that didn't belong. The next morning, I couldn't shake it. I convinced one of the other leaders, Jasper, to come back out with me. I didn't tell him the full story. Just said I wanted to double check something strange I'd seen. We retraced my steps the best we could, using landmarks and tree shapes I remembered. It took almost an hour, but eventually I found the spot, the pine where the person had been standing. The bark was scraped in a flat line about chest high, raw wood exposed like something had been hitting it over and over. And nailed into the trunk with a thick, rusted nail was a dead rabbit. Its fur had been skinned off. Flies buzzed around it. The body was bloated and half-rotting. We both recoiled immediately. We called the local police with a satellite phone. A patrol car came out 4 hours later. 2 officers walked the area, took photos, asked us a few questions. They weren't shocked. One of them actually rolled his eyes. Said it was probably a prank by teens from the next town over. That they got weird calls every summer. That we weren't the first group to report something unsettling. They removed the rabbit, took the nail as evidence, and left us with a shrug. The rest of the trip passed without incident. No more sightings. No sounds in the woods. But the mood shifted. The leaders stayed close to camp. The kids didn't notice anything, thankfully, but I felt it. Like the woods were watching us now. Or worse, like someone knew we were watching them. We never went back to that terrain. The next year, the organizers picked a smaller, flatter, more manageable forest closer to a main road. I didn't argue. For a long time, I tried to convince myself it was a prank. Maybe someone local with mental issues. Maybe a performance artist living off-grid. But it doesn't sit right. Something about the way he moved. The head knocks. The silence. The hands. The dead rabbit. If it was a joke, it was one meant for no audience, deep in the woods, where no one was supposed to be. It felt like we walked into something that was already happening, something private. And whoever that was, they weren't acting. They weren't putting on a show. They were just being who they were. And we weren't supposed to see it. I've worked as a backcountry ranger for about 9 years now. I've been stationed in different parts of the country, but Arizona has always felt like home. There's something about the vast openness, the dry pine-scented wind cutting through high ridges, and the way the land hums with heat and silence all at once. The Mogollon Rim, where the Colorado Plateau meets the basin and range country, is one of those places that gets in your bones. It's remote, rugged, and so wide that even radio signals get swallowed up by the land. One late October, just before the seasonal closures started to come into play, I was scheduled for a solo 3-day patrol up along a stretch of the rim that hadn't seen much foot traffic in weeks. The temps were dropping at night, and hunters had mostly cleared out. Fires had been banned all summer because of drought, but with the monsoons finally giving us a little breathing room, some light restrictions had just lifted. I was carrying about 40 pounds in my pack: food, water filter, a tent, first aid, and my usual patrol kit. I also had a .357 revolver, which I rarely ever needed, but always brought on the long treks. Mountain lions, black bears, sometimes meth head squatters. In remote zones like this, you learn quick. Nobody's coming to save you. You either do the job smart, or you end up in an SCR report. The first day was uneventful. I hiked a good 8 miles along the ridgeline, checking campsites, inspecting trail conditions, noting a couple of fallen trees that blocked the main path. I made camp that night on a plateau that looked out over the valley below. I always chose high ground when I could. Easier to spot trouble before it finds you. Plus, I had line of sight back to a fire tower a few miles off, an empty one this time of year, but it was still a good landmark. The second day, I pushed further east toward an old horse trail that had more or less been forgotten. The terrain there gets tricky: steep drops, loose shale, thick undergrowth in places where fire hadn't touched in years. The plan was to make a loop and swing back west by nightfall. Around 4 p.m., I came across a dispersed campsite. Looked fresh. Maybe a day or two old. Campfire pit with some still blackened ash, footprint impressions in the dirt, and a few wrappers that someone had lazily stuffed under a log. I collected the trash and wrote a short report in my notebook, noting the GPS coordinates and signs of camp activity. Nothing too unusual. The sun was low by then. I found a decent flat spot near a stand of tall ponderosa pines and set up camp. No signal on the radio, but I wasn't worried. I'd check in from the ridge in the morning. Now, I've always had a routine: check gear, eat, document the day, then wind down. I don't build fires unless I need to cook or unless it's just too damn cold. That night, though, I did light one. Not big, just enough to keep the chill off. The forest goes dead, quiet out there after dark. You get used to the silence, but it still gets in your head sometimes. I brought my dog Scout with me, a 4-year-old lab mix, trained to keep quiet and stay close. He usually didn't fuss much, even when we crossed paths with elk or bear scent. But that night, maybe 20 minutes after sundown, I noticed his posture change. He was lying by the fire, head on his paws, when suddenly he stood up, slow, alert, ears stiff, tail low, his eyes fixed on a stand of brush about 20 feet away. I stood up and grabbed my flashlight, sweeping the beam across the bushes. Nothing. No eye shine, no movement. But Scout didn't bark. He just gave out this low whimper and moved toward the tent, pawing at the door like he wanted in. That wasn't like him. He always stayed out with me until I turned in for the night. I try not to make too much of it. Figured maybe it was a javelina or even just a deer. Still, that quiet whimper he made, it was a sound I'd never heard come out of him before. I tossed a couple small rocks into the brush. Nothing stirred, but that only made it feel worse. I tossed 2 thicker logs into the fire, watching the flames rise and kick more light around the area. Scout was already inside the tent by the time I zipped it closed behind me. He curled into a tight ball and refused to move from the far wall of the tent. I unbuckled my holster and kept the revolver next to my sleeping bag, just in case. I must have laid there 2 hours before I could sleep. The wind would kick up now and then, and the trees would creak in that way they do long, hollow, unnatural sounds. Every few minutes, I'd hear something. Light rustling, a soft crunch of dry needles under something's weight. I told myself it was nothing. Scout didn't make another noise, just trembled a little in his sleep. The night passed without any major incident. No tearing at the tent, no growls, no human voices in the dark, which I've heard before, by the way, and those are much worse than animals. But I didn't sleep well. I woke up as soon as the horizon began to lighten, that cold, pale gray blue that comes before sunrise. The first thing I did was check around the campsite. I took my time, moving slow, scanning the ground. The dirt was loose and dry, good for catching prints. I moved out toward the brush where Scout had been watching the night before, and that's where I saw them. Tracks large, not fresh, but close enough. The edges were still crisp. Big padded paws with visible claw indentations. They circled the camp in a wide arc, passing within maybe 15 feet of the fire pit and then trailing off into the woods. I followed them for a bit, maybe 100 feet, until they disappeared into denser cover. It was clear to me right away, mountain lion. I've only seen one in the wild twice before, and both times they were gone before I could blink. Stealth is what they do, but these prints told me something else. It had lingered. It didn't just pass through. It circled. It watched us, maybe for hours. I walked back to camp and looked at Scout. He sat there like he already knew. Didn't even wag his tail. Now, here's the thing most people don't realize about lions out here. They don't usually want anything to do with you. But the few that do, they don't give warning. They don't growl. They just stalk. Quiet. Patient. And when they're ready, they go for the neck. I thought back to that noise in the bushes. The first one, when Scout whimpered. Then the second noise from the other direction. That wasn't one lion. That was two different spots, two different times. Maybe the same animal, maybe not. But if it was one, it had moved without a sound across the brush in the dark, watching us from two sides. It wasn't curious, it was testing. I packed up fast, skipped breakfast. I didn't want to linger out there, not after knowing that cat had been that close. I strapped everything tight, holstered my sidearm, and headed back the way I came. I kept Scout leashed close the entire time. I stopped every 20 minutes to listen. Not just hear, listen. There's a difference. You start to pick up patterns in the forest. Bird chatter, wind, distant movement. And when those patterns go quiet, that's when you worry. It took me until late afternoon to make it back to the service road. My legs were aching and my back was killing me from the extra water weight I'd been hauling. But we made it out. Back at the station, I filed the report and logged the GPS data. I included a note about the lion tracks and added a warning for future patrols. I didn't dramatize it. I just wrote what I saw. But here's what I didn't put in the report. That if Scout hadn't whimpered, if he hadn't begged to go into the tent, I might have stepped into those bushes. I might have investigated with just a headlamp and a sidearm, thinking I was alone out there. And if that lion had been crouched low in the brush, which I now believe it was, well, I probably wouldn't have made it back to file that report at all. I've done a lot of solo nights in the backcountry since then, but I've never once let my guard down again. I've learned that sometimes when you feel like you're being watched in the woods, you are. And the one that's watching you, you won't see it. Not until it wants you to. I trust my instincts, but I trust my dogs more. I took the seasonal rec ranger job in southern Idaho thinking it'd be a quiet change of pace. I had just wrapped up a season working trails in the southwest, clean-cut Ponderosa pine country, where everything smells like warm sap and you can always see the sky. The forest there breathes different. This northern stuff, denser, darker, quieter, felt foreign from the moment I arrived. The guard station was about an hour and a half from the nearest town, a small place with a gas station, a market, and not much else. The district was huge, mostly unmanaged wilderness, full of canyons, ridgelines, and thick old-growth patches. Most days, I'd be the only employee up there unless trail crew or the fuels guys were scheduled to pass through. When I first moved into the guard station, it was late May. Snow was still clinging in patches beneath the trees, and the trails were muddy and full of downfall. The cabin was a little two-room structure built in the 60s, outfitted with solar, a propane stove, and not much else. I brought my own cot and a box of food. The fridge was ancient and barely worked, but I wasn't there for comfort. Right away, the solar was a problem. First few nights, the batteries held up okay. Then, for no clear reason, the power started dropping out after dusk. The lights would flicker and go dark. My radio wouldn't charge. I'd have to cook by headlamp and fall asleep early because there wasn't much else to do. I filed a work order, but nothing happened for weeks. Typical. Then came the bats. At first, I heard them fluttering around at night. Thought they were outside. But one evening, I saw one dart across the inside of the cabin. Just a flash of wings and shadow above the kitchen sink. I didn't sleep well that night. Over the next few weeks, I caught 3 of them inside. I sealed every crack I could find with spray foam and duct tape, but it never felt like enough. I'd lie awake at night, eyes on the ceiling, waiting for the rustle of wings. And that wasn't the worst of it. Starting around mid-June, something began walking on the porch at night. I'd hear slow, deliberate steps across the wooden planks, followed by a dragging sound. Once or twice, I thought I heard it scratching at the door. It didn't sound like claws exactly, more like nails on old wood. Each time, I'd flip on the headlamp and peer through the windows, but never saw anything. I figured it was a badger. The district was full of them, and they can be mean little bastards. Beavers too, though they don't usually come up that far from water. Still, there was a feeling I couldn't shake, a kind of presence, like I was being watched. I told myself it was just isolation. I hadn't had a proper night's sleep in weeks. Living that far out alone does things to your head. Every Tuesday, I make the trip into town for groceries. It was a long drive down a washboard road, then onto pavement. I time it so I'd be driving back in the evening, get to the cabin just after dusk. On one of those Tuesdays in July, everything shifted. The sun had just dropped behind the ridge as I pulled up to the guard station. I remember clearly I had 2 paper bags in the passenger seat, both full. The engine was still ticking as it cooled. Crickets had just started up. That heavy forest silence had settled in again. I stepped out, shut the truck door, and grabbed one bag. That's when I noticed something to the right of the cabin. At first, it didn't register, just a shimmer. But then I saw the eyes. 2 glowing eyes reflecting off my headlights. About 3.5, maybe 4 feet off the ground. And they weren't blinking. At first I thought deer, but the body wasn't right. I couldn't see the whole thing, just a low, hunched shape in the dim light. It was crouched, tense, motionless. I yelled, "Get the fuck out of here," purely from instinct. My voice bounced off the trees and came back empty. The eyes didn't flinch. Instead, they dropped lower. It crouched more and started inching forward. That's when I knew it wasn't a deer, and definitely not a coyote. I dropped the bag and grabbed a piece of firewood from the pile near the porch. I threw it hard, not even aiming, just trying to make a loud noise. The chunk hit the ground a few feet from the animal. It jumped back, just a twitch, and then stayed there, still watching me, still creeping forward. I threw another, then another. Still no sound, no growl, no hiss, nothing, just a slow advance. I fumbled in my pocket for the keys, but my hands were slick. Of course the fucking solar was out again. Cabin pitch dark. I got the door open and slammed it shut behind me. Ran straight for the cot and grabbed the shotgun. We weren't technically allowed to keep weapons in the guard stations. It was in the seasonal handbook. But no one in their right mind would live that far out in the hills have eyes backcountry without some kind of defense. I kept a 12-gauge Mossberg in a duffel under the bed. I loaded it with slugs, flicked on the headlamp, and stepped back onto the porch. The thing was still there. Closer now, maybe 30 feet, just beyond the tree line. I could barely make it out with the weak beam of my headlamp. Low to the ground, shoulders thick, tail low and stiff. I saw its eyes again, glowing faint. It wasn't moving anymore, just watching. I raised the gun but didn't fire. Something about it fell off. I grabbed more firewood and kept tossing it toward the tree line. After the 4th or 5th piece, it finally turned and moved back into the brush. Silent the whole time. That night, I drank every IPA I had. Sat on the cot with the shotgun across my lap. Never turned off the headlamp. I didn't sleep. Next morning, the trail crew came by for a quick resupply before heading up to reroute some switchbacks near the creek. I told them what happened. They half believed me, Probably thought I'd just had too much to drink. But one of them, Marcos, walked around the porch while sipping coffee and then called us over. There were mountain lion tracks all over the deck, along the steps, on the wood pile, on the rocker, leading across the clearing and back into the trees. I've been stalked by mountain lions before. It happens. You rarely see them, but you can feel it. That prickly sensation when the hair on your arms stands up. They're stealth hunters. They don't make noise. But what had happened the night before felt different. It wasn't just stealth. It was persistence, curiosity, or something else. After that day, I never saw tracks again. But I kept hearing things. Most nights, I'd be in bed with a shotgun beside me, and I'd hear the rocking chair on the porch creak slowly, just once or twice. Then silence. Other times, I'd hear slow steps across the deck. No scratches, just the steps. And every time I got up and checked, headlamp on, gun in hand, there'd be nothing. And no tracks, even when it rained, even when the ground was soaked and soft. I tried to write it off. Try to say maybe the rocker moved on its own. Wind, vibration. Maybe I was imagining the steps. But I wasn't. I know what I heard. It was real. I checked the entire compound for tracks, over and over. Nothing. The rest of the season passed in a blur. I stopped sleeping altogether. I started working longer days just to stay out of the cabin. I set up a cot in the equipment shed for a while, but the noises followed. Not as strong, but they were there, just enough to keep me on edge. One night in August, I stayed laid up near the ridge working on signage and returned well past dark. I parked my truck, walked toward the cabin, and stopped cold when I saw the rocker already moving. No wind that night. Dead still. I stood there for minutes. Nothing else happened. I didn't go inside that night. I slept in the truck. The next morning, I found more cougar scat along the trail by the creek, but still no prints near the cabin. I finished the season out of sheer stubbornness. I never saw the animal again. Never got a clear look. But I know it wasn't just a normal lion. Not because it was magical or supernatural. None of that. But because it acted different. It didn't seem afraid. It didn't hunt. It studied. And it kept coming back without leaving a trace. When the season ended, I packed my truck and left without looking back. The snow had started falling again, early that year. I passed the timberline and didn't stop driving until I was back in cell range. First thing I did was call my boss and let him know I wouldn't be returning next year. A few months later, I heard from someone in the regional office. They said another rec tech had taken the job at the same station. He quit after 3 weeks. Said he couldn't sleep. Said something was walking on the porch at night. I didn't ask questions. Some places don't want you there. Not because they're haunted, not because of myths or stories, but because they belong to something older, something wilder, something that doesn't need to growl or roar to tell you. Leave. And if you're smart, you do. I wasn't a park ranger at the time, but I'd done enough long solo treks in the backcountry that I might as well have been. It was early October when I planned the Andorra trip with my friend Marcus. He and I had known each other since college. 10 years of shared adventures, half of them involving bad planning and near disasters. We were both used to moving under our own power and not depending on anyone. This trip, though, almost broke that streak. We started in Andorra la Vella with vague plans. That was mistake number one. The original idea was to follow the GR11 trail eastward, loop into Spain, and take a bus from a town near the border. We didn't have a detailed topo map, just a phone app and screenshots from Google Maps. It was supposed to be a 3-day hike through the Pyrenees, light and fast. No tents, just bivy sacks and enough food to get us from hut to hut. The weather was decent when we set off. Crisp air, blue skies, and only light winds pushing over the ridgelines. The first day went smoothly. We made good time, even with stops to take in views. The higher elevations were dotted with golden grass and clusters of gray stone, and every few kilometers there'd be a weathered signpost with trail directions, usually in Catalan. At night, we crashed in a hut just across the border into Spain, empty except for a broken bench and some ice. I remember lying there and thinking that the silence was so thick it almost had a shape. The stars outside were sharp and close. I remember that part clearly because it was the last time I felt fully relaxed. On the second day, somewhere past a fork in the trail we thought was correct, things started to go wrong. We followed the red and white trail markings for a while, but either we missed a sign or the trail had been rerouted. The terrain got rockier and steeper. Forest started to thin out, and we found ourselves on loose gravel slopes with no obvious path. The trail markers vanished. We pulled out Marcus's phone and checked the GPS. We were definitely off course, probably 2 or 3 kilometers south of where we should have been. We figured we'd bushwhack northeast and rejoin the trail. We didn't want to backtrack. It felt like giving up, and anyway, we thought we knew what we were doing. That was mistake number 2. The terrain was slow going. Every slope led to another. Every false crest revealed more broken ridge lines. Our legs were burning, and we hadn't seen another soul in hours. At some point mid-afternoon, we realized we'd crossed back into Spain. The app confirmed it, barely useful without a detailed topo overlay, but the GPS that didn't lie. We were far south of where we should have been, but at least there were signs of trail use. We found a faint footpath along the hillside, and when we followed it for a few minutes, it began to widen. Eventually, we found a proper trail, well-worn dirt with boot prints, switchbacks, and even a few cairns stacked along the edge. We were tired. Both of us were low on water. I'd finished mine a couple hours earlier. Marcus was rationing what little he had left. The sun was already dropping toward the peaks, casting long shadows. We needed to make town before nightfall. We figured if we kept a strong pace, we might make it before full dark. That's when we spotted him. He was a couple hundred meters ahead, walking in the same direction. Slim guy in a bright red soft shell, with a rope slung over his shoulder and a pack on his back. 2 golden retrievers darted in and out of the brush around him. They were off-leash, bounding like they had endless energy. I remember seeing them and feeling a wave of relief. Just knowing someone else was out there, someone who clearly knew the area, changed the tone of everything. We picked up our pace. My calves were tight, and Marcus was starting to limp slightly on his left foot. He'd tweaked his ankle on the descent earlier. Still, we kept moving. It took us maybe 10 minutes to close the distance. The guy slowed as we caught up, and for a while we walked together. I won't pretend I remember every detail about him. He had dark short hair, probably early 30s, light skin, lean, fit build. He carried climbing gear, harness and carabiners clipped to his pack. I remember him pointing out a landmark in the distance, a notch in the ridgeline, and explaining that the trail would dip through there, drop down a valley, and hit a town. He told us the name and said it was about 12 kilometers to the next town, but there was a smaller village in 6, and that's where he had parked. He was in a hurry, he told us, but he could give us a lift for the last stretch if we met him at the parking area. That sounded like a godsend. 6 kilometers wasn't nothing when you're already running on empty, but it was better than 12. We were grateful. We picked up our pace again, trying to keep up, but the guy moved fast. He and the dogs glided up and down the rocky trail like they were built for it. Marcus and I lagged more and more as the trail twisted through patches of pine and opened into meadows. It was beautiful country, but we were past enjoying it. At one point, the trail curved sharply to the right, wrapping around a rocky outcrop. The guy had just disappeared around the bend ahead of us, maybe 20 meters away. We got there 2 or 3 minutes later, and he was gone. That sounded impossible, I know, but we both saw it. The trail from that bend was straight for at least 50 meters. No thick cover, no side trails, no noise, no footprints in the soft dirt, nothing. The guy and the 2 dogs were just not there anymore. We both stopped. Our breath was loud in the quiet. My gut twisted. The only explanation that made any sense was that he'd gone off trail fast and quiet, or there was some hidden side path we didn't see. But there was nothing to the sides, just thick brush and steep drop-offs. I don't know how long we stood there. Maybe a minute. Then we kept going. Every step after that felt loaded. Every turn of the trail, every rustle in the brush, every shadow looked like something. Like someone was watching. I kept looking back, expecting to see him behind us or ahead again somehow. The silence didn't help. Even the birds had gone quiet. We kept walking, for what felt like hours. My feet were blistering, my shoulders ached, and my stomach was turning from hunger. We didn't see another hiker. No dogs barking. No distant car sounds. The trail passed under a few old power lines and eventually dropped into a valley. It was full dark by then. The town lights appeared like scattered stars below us, maybe 500 meters down. It looked closer than it was. It took us another hour to reach it. The town was tiny, maybe a dozen stone houses, one small bar with a red neon sign flickering. We didn't stop. We just walked the road out of town, hoping to hitchhike or at least find cell reception. We were both silent. Every time I thought about the guy and the dogs, I felt that same knot in my stomach. Eventually, we reached the main road. A delivery truck passed, and we flagged it down. The driver spoke no English, but we showed him the hotel location on our phone, and he agreed to take us. We got dropped off just after midnight, cold, sore, and mentally burned out. That night, lying in the hotel bed, I went over every detail. Again and again. The gear he had, the names he gave us, the direction he pointed, the bend in the trail, the lack of footprints, the absence of sound. I couldn't make it add up. Maybe he took a shortcut down a steep slope and disappeared into the trees. Maybe he changed his mind and wanted to avoid us. But the trail had no such exit, just exposed rock and drop-offs. And even if he had left, the dogs would have barked. We would have heard them. We didn't. We heard nothing. A few days later, when I got back home, I spent hours online trying to find any hiking blogs or local guides who matched his description. Nothing. I looked for local rescue incidents, climbers who might have been out there that week. No matches. It was like he'd never existed. Marcus and I don't talk about it much anymore, but every time we do, it leaves the same dry taste in my mouth. It's not fear exactly. It's more like a hole that logic can't fill. But I know this much. People disappear in the mountains all the time. People get turned around, fall, vanish without a trace. I've read enough incident reports to know how many go missing just a few hundred meters off trail. I also know people lie. They hide. They run. Maybe the guy didn't want to be seen again. Maybe he had a reason to disappear. Whatever the case, we were lucky. We made it down. We got out. That guy, real or not, led us to a trail that got us to safety. That's what I try to focus on. Not the disappearance. Not the dogs. Not the silence. Just the fact that we made it out when we could have easily been another story on a missing persons board. The mountains don't owe you anything. And they don't care if you understand what happens out there. They just keep going. I work as a seasonal ranger at a remote desert state park in the American Southwest. Not the kind of ranger that carries a badge or a gun. I'm not a peace officer. I'm more like a glorified maintenance worker and wilderness babysitter. I clean up after campers, monitor trail conditions, patch up broken fences, deal with drunk off-roaders, and do paperwork that no one reads. Still, it's good work if you don't mind being alone. Most people can't handle the isolation, the heat, or the unsettling emptiness of the desert. But I've always been fine with silence, and this park is as quiet as it gets. I came on full-time 2 years ago, but I've been working on and off in various parks since I was in my 20s. The story I'm about to tell didn't happen to me, but I've driven out to the spot where it happened more times than I can count. It's one of those things that sticks in your head because it makes no real sense, and the way everyone just moved on from it made it worse. I never talked about it with people outside of work. No one would understand unless you've worked this job in this type of place. It happened at a small backcountry campground we called Dry Palm Number 2. It's on the far end of the park, maybe 14 miles from the nearest paved road, and it's only accessible by high clearance 4WD. Most of the year, the site is empty. People who come to this park during summer are either experienced desert rats or completely lost. And in the summer, the heat alone can kill you. It's normal for temps to hit 115 by 2 p.m. The ground gets so hot you can't kneel on it without gloves, and if you break down out there without water, you're probably not making it out. Anyway, this all happened the summer before I started. I'd heard the story from 3 different rangers I work with, and they all told it the same way, even the old maintenance guy, Manny, who's worked in the park longer than anyone else. From what I gathered, it was just a routine check. The park closes down most of the remote campgrounds during summer, but they still have to be patrolled once a week for vandalism, squatters, or wash damage. That morning, Manny had driven out to Dry Palm number 2 with a junior ranger named Nate. Nate was fresh out of college, a soft-spoken guy who didn't stay in the job long. They didn't expect to find anything. Dry Palm had been empty for weeks, and the log showed no recent campers. But when they came over the ridge just before the site, they saw a car, burned out, resting at the center of the only fire ring in the campground. They knew something was off right away. Most people don't make it out that far without being on the reservation list, and even fewer drive sedans like the one sitting there. From what I heard, it used to be a silver Chrysler, but by the time they found it, most of the paint had bubbled off. The tires had blown out from the heat, and the windows were gone. Burned or shattered. Only the frame was left. It had melted straight down into the sand. Manny called the sheriff. That's protocol when you find something like that. Fire damage, possible arson, maybe even human remains. While they waited, they walked the perimeter. The whole area smelled like plastic and scorched rubber. They didn't find any other vehicles, tracks, or gear. No tent, no cooler, no chairs, just a car torched. When the deputies arrived, they poked around and checked the vehicle. And that's when things got worse. There was a body inside. No legs, no arms, just a torso and a head slumped sideways in the driver's seat. Burned black. The bones of the spine were curled like the body had arched back before collapsing. No clothes were left, not even shoes or melted metal from zippers. No ID, no license plate. The VIN number had been scorched off or never registered in the first place. Manny said the inside of the car looked like a kiln. Sheriff's department worked the scene for about an hour. Then they packed up and called it a suicide. That was it. Suicide. The body was bagged up, the car was loaded onto a flatbed and hauled away, and the campground was cleared. No forensic follow-up. No media coverage. The report they left at the ranger station was 1 page long. Suspected self-immolation. Body unidentifiable. Vehicle unregistered. Case closed. No one believed it was a suicide. Everyone I talked to said the same thing. People don't drive 30 miles off-road in 115-degree heat to kill themselves like that. Not without water. Not without some trace of who they were. No note. No gear. Not even food wrappers or footprints leading to or from the site. There was no evidence the car had been driven out there under its own power either. The road to Dry Palm is jagged and lined with soft sanded spots. The kind of trail where 2 miles feels like 20. If you're in a car like that, you're getting stuck unless someone tows you in. And if you're dead, you sure as hell didn't drive yourself. What also didn't make sense was the condition of the body. The arms and legs weren't just burned off, they were gone. Gone like they were never there or removed beforehand. But there was no blood on the ground. No drag marks. Just that twisted figure inside the shell of the car. Over time, the story became a joke at the station. They started calling it Campfire Charlie, like some urban legend. New guys would get sent out to Dry Palm alone and get teased about finding more body parts. But underneath the jokes, it made all of us uneasy, not just because of what was found, but because of how quickly it was swept away. The park is close to the border. We get foot traffic out there that most tourists never see. Coyotes use the washes to smuggle people and drugs. Border Patrol has an unofficial presence, even though they're not supposed to patrol inside the park. It's not uncommon to find strange caches, duct-taped bundles stashed in rocks, torn backpacks, blankets hung in trees as markers. There are cartel routes that run just south of our boundaries, and sometimes things spill over. I've heard from other rangers that when the cartel dumps something or someone, they make sure no one follows up. The idea is make it look weird, make it look like suicide, make it go away. After I started working there, I went out to Dry Palm number 2 several times. The campground has 3 sites and a primitive vault toilet. It's always empty. The fire ring where the car was found is still scorched. The stones around it are cracked from heat, and the sand inside it is baked into glass. We cover it with more sand, but it always looks wrong. The rest of the campground is beige and brown, but that one ring is black. I avoid it when I'm out there. I'll clear brush, rake trails, do basic checks, but I don't touch that site. One time, about a year ago, I was out there just before sundown doing my routine. I've been at the campground maybe 20 minutes when I noticed something buried near the edge of the fire ring, just under the surface, poking out of the sand. I brushed it off. It was a piece of melted metal. Small, maybe the size of a cell phone, twisted and fused with plastic. I picked it up with gloves and dropped it in the back of my truck to bring back to the shop. I figured it might have been part of the car no one collected. Back at the station, I left it on a metal shelf in our equipment room. A week later, it was gone. I asked around, and no one knew anything about it. A few guys joked that Charlie came back for it. I didn't find it funny. The last time I visited Dry Palm was this past March. I went with 2 other rangers, and we stayed overnight. It was part of a larger springtime check on backcountry sites. We had sleeping bags and coolers, and everything went fine until around 2 a.m. I was half asleep in the bed of my truck when I noticed something out past the fire ring. No lights, no sound, just movement. It was like heat shimmer, but different. Something was stirring the sand, slowly, maybe 100 feet from camp. I sat up and watched, thinking it was a coyote or maybe a person who wandered in. I turned on my flashlight and scanned the area. Nothing, just empty desert. The sand looked undisturbed. Next morning, I checked the spot. I found nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there. The others didn't see anything, and I didn't mention it. What was the point? Since then, I haven't gone back. I've traded off Dry Palm patrols with other staff when I can. Most of them avoid it too. Officially, the place is still open to campers during winter months, but no one uses it. There are better sites, safer sites. Most visitors don't even know Dry Palm exists. And maybe that's for the best. Sometimes I wonder what really happened that day. Who that person was. Whether they drove out on their own or were taken. Whether it was meant to scare someone or cover something up. The desert doesn't give answers. It just takes. That's the part one think about most. How quickly the sun and sand erase everything. One day there's a burned out car and a body. The next day, it's just another stretch of silent dirt. It's easy to pretend it never happened. But I was there after. I've stood in that place. And I know what burned into the ground will never really go away. I'm not a park ranger. I never trained for it. I don't wear the uniform, and I don't carry a badge or a firearm. But for about 3 days in the late summer of 2021, I lived like one. Well, kind of. My cousin worked for the Forest Service, mostly in hydrology. That means she'd go out into the wilderness, sometimes for days at a time, to test stream quality, snow runoff, and groundwater for any signs of contamination. It was a lonely kind of job, and usually not the kind of thing someone would volunteer to do for fun. But when she told me she had a trip planned in the backcountry of the Montana-Wyoming borderlands, I asked if I could tag along. I'm from further south, and that part of the country always called to me. Something about the sheer size of the wilderness up there, the distance between roads, between people, it felt like the last real wilderness in the lower 48. She said I could come, as long as I brought my own gear and didn't slow her down. We planned for 2 nights. She told me to pack light, but smart. We'd be on horseback, so we were using saddlebags and bedrolls strapped tight. The first day was beautiful, almost surreal. We rode through long stretches of pine and aspen, through wide open valleys painted in dry gold grass and dotted with granite boulders. There was no wind, no clouds. The air was so clean it made my chest ache. I don't know how to explain it, but breathing out there felt different, cooler, sharper. Like your lungs could tell they weren't fighting exhaust or city smog. We crossed 3 streams that first day, one of them cold enough that my cousin warned me not to linger barefoot in it. We didn't see a single other person all day. We made camp near a ridge line, just below the tree line where the wind wouldn't hit us too hard. The ground was dry and soft, the stars that night looked fake, and I slept hard after the ride. That first night left me feeling a strange peace I hadn't known I was missing. The second day started earlier. My cousin had mapped out a few key spots to collect samples from a small creek fed by old snowmelt. She did all the science work. I mostly just helped manage the gear and make sure the horses didn't wander off. I kept thinking about how far we were from anything. No noise, no cell reception, no distant hum of traffic, just creaking saddle leather, the wind, and the occasional squirrel or bird overhead. Mid-morning, after we packed up and were moving again, she told me she wanted to show me something strange she'd found a couple seasons back. She said it wasn't exactly on our route, but it wasn't too far out of the way. I said sure. What else was I going to do? We left the trail and followed a thin, barely visible path down into a low ravine. The trees closed in tighter the deeper we went. Thick lodgepole pine and old cottonwood branches reached across the sky like ribs. The sunlight came down in narrow beams, and the air felt cooler. There was no trail anymore, just a shallow fold in the earth where animals probably passed. It took us about 2 hours to reach the bottom. We stopped in a clearing ringed with heavy brush and large, flat rocks like ancient broken tables. I got off the horse and stretched. Everything ached, my knees, my back, my butt. She told me to grab the radio from my pack. It was a little emergency radio that also worked as a lantern, the kind you can charge by hand cranking or by plugging into a wall. I remember thinking how silly it felt to bring something like that this far into the wilderness where there were no outlets. I followed her through a narrow game trail cut into the brush. We ducked under tree branches and stepped over thick roots and old logs. Maybe 30 yards in, she pointed to something sticking out of the ground. At first, I thought it was a root or some irrigation tubing. But then I got closer. It was a coil of electrical wire, about 10 or 12 gauge, plastic-coated, the kind you'd use to run power in a house. Not heavy-duty stuff like you'd see for industrial use, just normal residential wiring. It came straight up from the dirt, then disappeared back down a few feet later. I crouched and pulled at it gently. It was solid, not loose or discarded. It had tension like it was anchored to something. It wasn't an abandoned coil someone had dropped. It was connected. She gestured for me to keep walking, and I followed the wire. It came back up again about 20 feet later, slung over the low branch of a pine. Then it dropped back to the ground, then reappeared wrapped around the base of a rock. Back and forth, in and out of the forest floor, like it was trying to hide and couldn't make up its mind. We walked another 40 yards like that, maybe more. I was expecting it to end eventually, maybe at a weather station or a hidden trail cam, or even an old shack or fire lookout. But instead, we came out into a smaller clearing, maybe 20 feet across, and that's where I saw it. A desk. It was just sitting there alone in the woods. No sign of other structures, no foundations or debris or even a trail that led to it. Just one old school desk, the kind with a steel frame and a fake with laminate top, faded and scratched from use. It was planted on flat ground, no slope, no disturbance in the soil around it. The wire disappeared into the back of it, running into a mounted electrical outlet box fixed crudely to the underside. I stood there for a long time, just staring. I kept looking for a solar panel or a buried generator or any clue that would explain where the power was coming from. There was nothing. No hum, no smell of fuel, not even the soft click of an inverter. The forest around us was perfectly quiet, just birdsong and wind in the leaves. I handed her the radio. She pulled out the plug and plugged it into the outlet. The light came on immediately. Then the speaker crackled with static, loud and ugly. It wasn't faint. It was fully powered, loud enough to echo a little against the trees. She unplugged it after a few seconds. We stood there again, letting the quiet come back. I kept staring at the desk, waiting for the trick to show itself. Maybe this was an art piece, I thought. Some insane wilderness installation done by a backpacker or sculptor. But who would haul a 100-pound desk out here and bury wiring across 100 yards of backcountry? Why? We didn't say anything. We just turned around and followed the wire back the way we came. I kept thinking about how long that desk might have been out there. Years? Months? Who had powered it? And what for? When we got back to the clearing with the horses, I felt like I'd walked out of a dream. Everything felt normal again. The trees, the dirt, the sky. Nothing out of place. We didn't go back the way we came. Instead, we followed a game trail to reconnect with our original route. The rest of the trip passed like the first day. Clean water, crisp air, no people. We made camp again that night and rode back to the ranger station the next morning. It all felt like a blur. The memory of that desk itched at the back of my mind like I'd seen something I wasn't supposed to. I never went back out there. I asked my cousin about it later, maybe a year afterward. She said the last time she checked, the desk was gone. Not moved or broken, just gone. The wire was still there, snaking through the brush, but it stopped short where the clearing had been. like the desk had vanished and the forest had swallowed the end of the line. She said she didn't follow the wire past that point. Neither did I. What stuck with me wasn't just the strangeness of it. It was the precision. That outlet wasn't dead. It wasn't junk left behind. Someone had fed it real power from somewhere, and it wasn't solar or battery-based. It was consistent, strong enough to light a radio and throw out full volume static in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes I think it was part of an old monitoring station, maybe a private survey or some weird research project. But the Forest Service had no record of anything out there. No paperwork, no permits, no one authorized to be working in that specific area. I still think about it. Sometimes late at night, I picture that desk perfectly centered in that clearing, silent and waiting. Plug in a light and it glows. Plug in a speaker and it screams. That wire's still there, as far as I know. Still hidden beneath branches and rock, leading to nowhere. If I'd been alone, I'd think I imagined it. But I wasn't. It was real. And someone, somewhere, had a reason for putting it there. I just never got to find out why. I've been a park ranger for a little over 8 years now, and I've worked in more places than I can count on both hands. Mountain parks, desert preserves, pine-covered forests, and even some river gorges up in the northwest. But nothing stays with me quite like the Everglades. The wet heat, the endless noise of insects, the constant sense that everything is either watching you or trying to eat you. It's a different kind of wild out there. And when you're alone in it, really alone, there's a slow burn that builds behind your ribs. Not fear exactly, but something close to it. Alertness, maybe. You never let your guard down in the glades. This happened back in December, 4 years ago. I had volunteered to do a solo maintenance and survey loop for 5 days through a lesser-used section of the park. Most people never visit this area. It was mostly water, mangroves, and sawgrass, and the nearest ranger outpost was a good 35 miles east by airboat. I was issued a kayak for travel, and I packed everything I needed in waterproof dry bags: food, bug netting, hammock, sleeping bag, camp stove, flashlight, batteries, notebook, compass, and maps. I had my service radio, of course, but it didn't always work depending on where I was. I had a back issue at the time. Nothing major. A herniated disc, old weightlifting injury, but it made sleeping on hard ground a nightmare. I'd been driving a 2-seater convertible with a cloth top and had figured out that the most comfortable way for me to sleep in the field was to fold the passenger seat forward, recline the driver's seat as far as it would go, and sleep flat in the back. It wasn't luxury, but it beat the ache I got from sleeping in a tent or hammock. That car had been all over the country with me. Windows rolled down, stars overhead, the whole deal. My loop took me deep into an area of the glades that few rangers even know by name. It was mostly flooded sawgrass and thin hammocks, with small pine islands you could camp on when the water was low enough. It had rained recently, so a lot of those dry spots were soggy, which meant I had to stay on one of the higher pine islands for longer than I'd planned. It wasn't marked on the visitor maps. We just referred to it by its code, PI-7. About a quarter acre of high ground, shaded by tall slash pines and cabbage palms. No people, no signs of old trails or campsites. Just dry ground, rotting needles, and the buzz of life in every direction. I set up camp on the second day. My car was parked back at the ranger station, so this was all kayak travel now. I tied the kayak to a cypress root, hung up my food in a dry bag using a pulley-eyed rig for some paracord, and settled into the back of the car that night with a canvas top pulled up tight. Even with all the precautions, it was hard to rest. The night in the glades never really goes quiet. It hums, it whines, it pulses. Frogs chirp in waves, gators grunt somewhere in the distance. Insects buzz like tiny engines all around your ears, even with netting. The air was still and heavy. Every inch of me was coated in sweat, but I had the windows cracked to let air in. I drifted off sometime after midnight. I remember because the moon was just above the palms, casting silver light through the netting. I had nodded off when I felt it. A sudden pressure above me. Light but shifting. Something had landed on the cloth top of the car. I froze. There was weight up there. I could feel it through the fabric. Little thumps and scrapes like padded feet testing for stability. Not heavy enough to be a panther. Too slow and deliberate for a possum. I was certain it was a raccoon. They're bold, curious, and smart as hell. If it had smelled my food earlier, it probably followed my scent back to the car. And they love high ground. The roof of a parked car must have looked like a throne. I let it go for a moment, thinking maybe it would sniff around and jump off. But then I heard a sharp claw slide down the canvas, and my heart rate jumped. I pictured its claws tearing into the thin fabric and ruining the only dry place I could sleep. That top wasn't made for wildlife. I pushed upward with my hand, striking the canvas where the sound had come from. I felt the shape jump, then scurry off the roof with a soft thump as it landed on the ground outside. Silence returned, but I knew better than to trust it. And sure enough, a few minutes later, I heard the sound again. It was back, lighter this time, like it was testing whether I was asleep. I waited, then pushed again, firm, but not hard enough to hurt it. Another scurry, another jump. This cycle went on for almost an hour. It'd climb up. I'd wait. Then I'd push, and it'd run off. My body was tired but wired, my ears straining at every small sound outside the car. The night dragged on. At some point, the noise stopped. I didn't hear it return. I laid there in the dark, finally starting to settle. Sweat stuck to my back like glue. My joints ached. My breath slowed. And then I heard it. Not on the roof this time. Inside. I opened my eyes in the half-light of the moon. And there it was, a raccoon, sitting upright in the driver's seat of my car, staring back at me over the headrest. It had climbed in through the open window. Just sat there like it belonged. Its eyes reflected the moonlight. It didn't move when I shifted. I sat up quickly, heart racing, and lunged toward the front. That was enough to spook it. It scrambled over the door, out the way it came, and was gone into the woods. I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I didn't even try. I sat upright in the back, sweating, eyes darting across the trees and palmettos outside. I could hear something moving around the kayak. Splashing sounds. Maybe it was the raccoon again, maybe not. I decided to make a trip to the compost toilet near the back edge of the Pine Island. The old outhouse had been built a few years earlier for fire crews and maintenance rangers, and it wasn't much more than a wood box with a vent pipe. I walked the 100 or so feet in the dark, flashlight in hand, every step crunching on fallen needles and twigs. My mind was sharp, scanning for movement. Not just for raccoons now, but snakes, gators, or something worse. I didn't stay in the outhouse long. I walked back to the car, climbed in, and waited. I didn't hear the raccoon again that night, but I didn't fall asleep either. My nerves were too raw. Something about the way it looked at me from the front seat. Not scared, not shy, stuck with me. Like it had learned something from watching me. Like it had waited for the moment I was gone. When the sun came up, the humidity shifted a little, and I opened both doors to let air in. I stepped outside and did a full walk of the site. Nothing unusual, until I got to the tree about 20 feet from the car. There, at the base of a pine, was the empty wrapper for my loaf of bread. I had packed it in the back well of the car, behind the rear seats, under the folded convertible top. There's no way it fell out on its own. The raccoon had found it. Somehow, while I was at the outhouse, it had climbed back into the car, crawled behind the seat, ripped open the bag, pulled out all 18 slices of double fiber wheat bread, and carried the wrapper outside, where it discarded it under the nearest tree. I stared at it, stunned. The entire loaf. Gone. That raccoon had eaten 126 grams of fiber in one sitting. I didn't even know that was physically possible. I stood there in the quiet, imagining its digestive system going into overdrive somewhere in the woods. And I felt something weird. Not anger, not fear, pity. It had won that round. It had outsmarted me, waited for me to leave, snuck in, gotten exactly what it wanted, and slipped away like a ghost. But that pity only lasted a moment, because when I walked back to the car and started checking my gear, I noticed more things. My radio had bite marks on the antenna. The battery pack for my flashlight had been pulled from its pouch and chewed on. My camp stove's ignition button was missing its rubber cap, which I later found buried in the pine needles. This raccoon hadn't just been hungry. It had been curious, methodical, like it had planned its route, like it had been watching me longer than I realized. That day, I packed up. The food was gone, and I wasn't about to spend another night with a raccoon that acted more like a lock-picking burglar than an animal. I kayaked back across the water trails, taking note of every ripple and splash. I knew that raccoons didn't follow people, but the weirdness of that encounter made me uneasy. I've seen plenty of bold raccoons in parks before, but never one that coordinated its moves like that. When I got back to the ranger station, I filed a report. Not about the missing bread, but about the animal behavior. Something wasn't right. I wanted the biologist to take a look, maybe check for food conditioning, signs of illness, or neurological damage. I never found out what happened to that raccoon. But I'll say this, if it survived eating all that fiber, it earned a kind of respect. Even now, I sometimes wonder what it's doing. If it's still out there, raiding campsites, sneaking into vehicles, waiting for just the right moment. I keep my windows rolled up now, even when it's hot, especially in the Everglades. That night taught me that sometimes it's not the big things, the gators, the snakes, the wild boars that get to you. Sometimes it's something small, something clever, something watching. Not a monster, not a myth, just a raccoon. And somehow, that made it worse. I hadn't heard from Mark in almost a decade when the memory of that summer came back to me like a gut punch. We met in college, both of us young, dumb, and broke figuring out our paths. He studied geology, and I majored in environmental science. We weren't best friends, not exactly, but we got close over the years, shared a few classes, drank a lot of bad beer, took a couple road trips out west in my rusted-out Jeep. After graduation, we both went different directions. I ended up working as a park ranger in the Midwest, and he went down to the Southeast somewhere, Tennessee, Georgia. I can't remember exactly which state. We lost touch like people do, each of us caught in the day-to-day grind. But I remember one of our last phone calls clearly. He had just started working full-time at a national park. I don't know why I never forgot that story. It was late spring when he told me about the couple. It must have been 8 or 9 years ago now. He had just transferred to a new station, a quieter place near the border of 2 states. Lots of green, lots of rivers, a patchwork of hardwood forest that held on to mist like an old sweatshirt holds on a campfire smoke. The air stayed wet down there. Summer storms would roll in like freight trains and leave the woods steaming under a pale sun. Mark had always liked quiet. He said this place was peaceful, the kind of park that didn't see a lot of young folks. It wasn't Yellowstone or Yosemite. It was mostly older couples, local families, and the occasional Appalachian Trail through hiker who had gotten a little turnaround. He said there were days where he didn't see another soul for hours. It suited him. He'd ride the park's gravel roads in a dusty green pickup, check the fire towers, clear fallen branches off the trails, keep the station stocked and tidy. Sometimes he helped campers get their bearings. Sometimes he picked up trash. It was all simple, quiet, predictable, until it wasn't. He told me it was a Monday when the couple first came in. They were probably in their 70s. The man walked a little ahead of the woman, and she used cane. She wore a sun hat, the wide-brimmed kind with a bow in the back, and he had one of those old-school belt cameras slung around his neck. Mark saw them pull up in a rental car, check a map of the trailhead, then get back in and drive off. The next day, same thing. They came in around noon, looked around a bit, and left again after maybe 30 or 40 minutes. He thought it was odd, but not strange. People do all kinds of things at parks. Some just want to sit in their car and watch the trees sway. Others wander without a real destination in mind. On the third day, they parked near the ranger station and walked up to the porch where Mark was sitting, working on a logbook. They didn't say much. Again, I wasn't told exactly what they said, but the gist was that they were looking for a specific spot in the park. A place they had taken a photo together decades ago, when they were first engaged. Back then, the park was smaller, less developed. Trails weren't clearly marked, and a lot of the area had since been regrown or changed by storms and erosion. They showed him the photo, the two of them, young and smiling, standing on a smooth rock ledge by a shallow riverbed. The trees were different then, thinner, maybe younger, and the river looked a little narrower. Mark liked puzzles, said it reminded him of orienteering exercises we used to do in college. He took the photo, studied the background. The shape of the bend in the river, the slope of the bank, the faint hill rising in the background. It wasn't exact, but he had an idea. There was a section of the park about 2 miles from the main loop trail that looked similar. It was less traveled and not maintained often, but if someone had hiked it years ago, they might recognize it. He told them to follow him in their car. He drove out in his Ranger truck, guided them along the winding roads until they reached a dirt turnout covered in leaves and small branches. He parked, they parked, and then they all started the hike together. The trail wasn't steep, but it was narrow and uneven in places. The woman moved slowly, her husband helping her across the trickier patches. Mark said they didn't talk much on the trail, but there was a kind of quiet focus in the way they moved, like they were following something that only they could see. It took about 45 minutes to get there. When they reached the spot, the man stopped and stared. Then he turned and helped his wife onto the same flat rock from the photo. She sat down carefully. Mark said she smiled, then leaned back with her hands behind her, just like in the picture. The river was lower than it had been back then, and the trees had grown taller and thicker, but it was the same place. They were sure of it. Mark stood back and gave him space. He waited maybe 10, 15 minutes, and then started the walk back to his truck. He figured they'd head out when they were ready. He didn't want to rush them. He got back to the station before sunset and wrote the day up in the log, but something didn't sit right with him. He couldn't shake the feeling. He said it was like an itch he couldn't scratch. Something in his gut told him to stay near the entrance, just in case. He waited an hour past closing time. Then 2. The sky went from pale blue to soft orange, then to that deep gray you get before full dark. Still no sign of the couple. He didn't want to panic, but it had been too long. They should have been back by now. He tried calling the backup ranger on duty, a younger guy named Ben. Told him to stay at the station while he drove back out. He left a note in the log and headed for the trailhead. The woods were quiet. No breeze. No birds. Just the hum of insects and the sound of his boots on the dirt. He moved fast, flashlight in hand, sweeping the beam across the narrow trail. The further he went, the tighter the woods felt. Trees leaned in close, shadows stacking on top of shadows. It took him longer to get to the spot this time. Maybe his nerves were slowing him down. But when he finally reached the rock, he stopped cold. They were there, lying side by side on the flat stone, the woman tucked into the man's chest, his arm wrapped around her. It looked peaceful, still, but something was off. He knew it before he even stepped closer. They weren't breathing. The color was gone from their faces. He stepped closer, careful not to disturb anything. Then he called it in. The next few hours were a blur, he said. Police showed up. So did paramedics. They took statements, asked questions. Mark walked them through everything he'd seen, everything he knew. At first, nobody understood what had happened. There were no signs of trauma, no signs of struggle or injury. Just 2 elderly people lying quietly on a riverbank in the woods. Later, the report came back. Suicide. They had ingested a combination of medications. Something fast-acting, strong enough to stop the heart. The wife had been dying. Late-stage cancer. She didn't have much time left. They had decided, together, to end it on their terms. In a place they loved, where their life had started. Mark wasn't angry. He said he was sad, sure, but not angry. They had been kind, respectful, determined. They didn't ask him for help earlier because they didn't want to put that burden on anyone. They didn't want it to seem like someone had helped them die. They just wanted to go quietly where it all began. He told me he felt more peace than grief after it all settled. I remembered all of that one night when I was walking my own patrol route years later. Different park, different state, but the woods were the same, kind of still. The kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're underwater. And for whatever reason, I thought about them again. That couple, that story, that bend in the river where the trees leaned over like they were listening. And I thought about Mark. I haven't talked to him since that call. I'm not sure where he is now. Maybe still out there somewhere, walking trails, keeping watch. Or maybe he left the ranger life behind. But I've never forgotten that story. Not because it was dramatic or strange, but because it was human. It reminded me that this job isn't just about trail markers and first aid kits. Sometimes it's about being the last person to witness someone's story. The last chapter, written not with words, but with quiet decisions and soft goodbyes. It stuck with me. Still does. Even now, when I walk past a spot that feels too quiet, too still, I find myself stopping, looking around, waiting, just in case someone's story is ending nearby. When I was 16, I took part in something called the Three Feather Challenge. It was a rite of passage in our version of the Scouts. Not the sanitized kind most people know, with campfire songs and merit badges. This was different, older, tougher, more serious. If you wanted the third feather sewn onto your sash, you had to earn it the hard way. The rules were strict. 1 day without food, 1 full day without speaking a word, and then a full day and night, alone in the forest with nothing but a tarp, a knife, and your own wits. No contact, no help, no lights, radios, or phones. You had to disappear from camp, make it through, and sneak back in without being seen. Only then could you report to the campmaster and earn your last feather. It was one of those traditions everyone dreaded, but nobody talked about. The boys who had done it before me said little. Most just gave a quiet nod when you brought it up, and if you pressed them, they'd say something vague like, just be smart, or you'll see. It was never enough to prepare anyone. The first 2 days went about how you'd expect. The day without food was miserable. My stomach howled the entire time, and I counted each hour like it owed me something. I drank water from the stream and chewed the inside of my cheek until it bled just to have something in my mouth. The second day, silent from sunrise to sunset, was oddly harder. You don't realize how often you speak until you're not allowed to. I kept catching myself trying to mutter out loud. Even coughing made me feel like I was cheating, but I kept it together. Then came the third day. I left before dawn with my knife, my tarp, and the clothes on my back. I walked for hours. My goal was simple: find the wildest, most tangled, most godforsaken patch of woods and make myself disappear. The area around the camp was already remote, deep in the forest preserve with no towns for miles, but there were trails, footpaths, old logging roads. I needed to go beyond all of it. The air was heavy and wet with dew as I marched through thickets and old growth forest, branches slapping at my face, boots sinking into mossy ground. I crossed 2 creeks, scrambled down a steep ravine, and finally came to a spot that felt right. Everything about it said, no one has stepped here in a long time. The brush was dense, trees hung low, and spider webs draped across the undergrowth like curtains. It was perfect. I cleared a small patch with the heel of my boot, laid out the tarp, and sat with my back to a fallen log. It was nearly midday by then. I spent the rest of the daylight hours just sitting still, trying to become part of the woods. Listening, smelling, watching. That's one thing about being alone in the woods, really alone. The quiet gets inside you. Every little sound is sharper. A twig snaps 100 feet away, and you hear it like it's under your boot. A squirrel jumping from branch to branch sounds like a person running. And when the sun goes down, your imagination starts talking. That night was long. Cold too. I wrapped the tarp tight around my shoulders and tried to doze, but the forest wasn't sleeping. I heard owls calling. A branch cracked near my head once, and I bolted upright, heart pounding. Probably a raccoon, but I didn't sleep after that. My eyes stayed open until the sky started to lighten. At first light, I decided to pack up and start back toward camp. I had done it. I'd spent the night alone, unnoticed. I just needed to get back and make it through the perimeter without the sentries spotting me. But before leaving, I wanted to wash up. I felt greasy, itchy, sticky with sweat and bug bites. About 100 yards downhill, I'd passed a lake the day before, hidden behind thick brush and down a slope that would make most people turn back. I knew it wouldn't be crowded, probably untouched. I stripped down fully and padded barefoot toward the water. The forest floor was soft, carpeted with pine needles and damp leaves. I moved slow, careful not to leave much sign of myself. My plan was to dip in for just a moment, rinse off, and dry before pulling my clothes back on. But as I got closer, I heard voices. They were faint, muffled by the trees, but unmistakable. Male voices, laughter, soft talking, and the unmistakable whir of a fishing reel. I froze, crouched in the brush, squinting through a gap in the branches. There they were, 4 men, standing knee-deep in the shallows, fishing rods in hand. I couldn't make out much detail from where I was, but I saw enough. Not other scouts, not staff, grown men, early morning anglers in old clothes and boots. Probably locals who knew a back way into the woods. I backed away silently. I didn't want to be seen. The whole point of this challenge was to remain unseen. Naked, too. That would have made it even worse. I turned, looking for a different spot to sneak down and circle around when it happened. The ground beneath me gave way with a sound like tearing paper. I dropped straight down into the earth. It wasn't a long fall, just 3 or 4 feet, but I landed hard, knees slamming into something soft and wet. The smell hit me next. I gagged immediately. I couldn't breathe without tasting it. It was this thick, syrupy stench. Raw meat, feces, blood, gasoline, bile, and something else I couldn't even name. I was chest deep in a pit filled with what looked like meat sludge. I started screaming. I couldn't help it. The panic came fast and full body. I clawed at the sides of the pit, grabbing on his slimy roots and crumbling dirt, pulling myself up until I could brace a knee on the edge. I scrambled out like a dog climbing out a frozen river, gasping and choking. The stuff clung to me, thick red-black sludge full of bone fragments, fur, and greasy fat. My skin was coated. My face, hair, chest, legs. Even my teeth tasted it. It wasn't just rot. It was deer. Dozens of them. Some poacher, probably more than one, had been dumping carcass remains in this pit for weeks. Maybe months. It was tucked perfectly between 2 hills, invisible from all sides unless you were standing right on top of it. They'd been bringing gut piles, heads, spines, and organs here and just letting them fester. No wonder the earth was so soft. It had rotted all the way through. I stood up, completely soaked, shaking. My only thought was to get it off me. The lake. I needed to get to the lake. I started moving fast, half running toward the water without even thinking. I tore through the brush and burst out into the clearing, and that's when I saw them again. The anglers. They had heard me screaming. All 4 of them were standing now, rods dropped, staring in my direction. And then they saw me. Imagine what they must have seen. A naked teenager, head to toe in dark red gore, stumbling out of the woods with wild eyes, blood, and awful dripping from every limb, screaming and sprinting toward them. They froze. One of them even stepped back, stumbling into the water. But I didn't stop. I didn't think. I dove straight into the lake like a missile. The cold hit me like a hammer. I stayed under as long as I could, scrubbing at my skin, rubbing my hands through my hair, coughing and retching and trying to rinse the stink off. I came up gasping, eyes stinging, nose burning. By the time I dragged myself to the shallows again, they were gone. No sign of the fishermen. Just empty shore, ripples in the water, and a dropped lure on a rock. I sat there a long time, breathing, shivering. The lake helped, but the smell lingered in my nose, on the back of my tongue. I got dressed eventually. My clothes were back at the tarp. I walked back barefoot, still dripping, still trying to understand what had just happened. I returned to camp 2 hours later, snuck past the sentries without much trouble, and reported to the campmaster. He took one look at me, mud-streaked, trembling, eyes bloodshot, and didn't ask a single question. Just handed me my 3rd feather and told me to get cleaned up. For days, I tried to explain it to myself. Not the fear or the horror. I understood that part. What haunted me was the idea that someone had dug that pit, used it for months, and never once been caught. No one reported the smell. No one found the bones. And worse, no one ever investigated afterward. I told no one. I thought about it every time I saw a deer in the woods after that. I never found that exact spot again, and maybe that's for the best. But I still wonder if those anglers ever told anyone what they saw that morning. Some shrieking, blood-covered monster sprinting out of the forest. And I wonder if they ever went fishing there again. I know I wouldn't have. I worked as a seasonal park ranger in Pennsylvania for several years, usually posted in the more remote areas, places without cell service, paved roads, or even visitors some days. I liked the quiet, the routine, the sense that you were the only human for miles. It felt like I was part of the land, like I had a purpose out there. My job was mostly boring, maintaining trails, checking fire rings, cleaning up after careless campers. but every so often, things would happen that stuck with you. One night in 2016, something happened that changed how I saw the woods. I never talked about it officially, but I think about it every time I drive by that stretch of forest. It started like any other day. I was posted in a remote patch of state forest in eastern Pennsylvania. This place didn't get much traffic except in midsummer. Even then, the crowds went to the main recreation area near the lake. My section had primitive campsites, scattered about 10 miles apart along rough dirt roads, no services, no check-in booths, no permits, just the old school honor system. There were signs nailed to trees that told people where they could set up, and that was about it. I was doing a multi-day patrol, which meant I packed my gear and camped in my issued four-door pickup. I had food, water, a radio that worked only when I was near the ridge, and a paper map with hand-marked trails and roads. I was alone out there. The closest ranger station was about 50 miles to the west, and if I needed backup, it would take hours to get anyone out to me. But that was normal. I liked the solitude. I had done this loop a dozen times before, and I knew the trails well. It was late October, so most campers were gone. The weather was turning cold and wet. Leaves were down, and visibility through the trees was excellent. It was a good time for checking on the state of fire rings, picking up garbage, and looking for signs of poaching. I didn't expect to see anyone. But late that afternoon, I found tire tracks heading down a muddy road that hadn't seen much use in a while. I followed them for about half a mile before they disappeared into one of the primitive campsites. That's when I saw the tent. It was a cheap dome tent, half collapsed on one side, the rain fly pulled loose. There was a dead fire ring nearby with bits of charred-wood. Around it were a few signs someone had been there recently. Footprints in the mud, a cooler on its side, and some garbage half buried in leaves. A rusted folding chair sat by the fire pit. It looked like whoever had camped there hadn't been gone long. I checked the cooler. Just some melted ice and an empty bag of sandwich bread. I looked for a permit tag, but there was none. That wasn't unusual. People rarely filled those out in the primitive zones. I started documenting the site. Photos, notes, condition report. I picked up the garbage, secured the tent flaps, and checked for anything illegal. Nothing out of the ordinary. But then I noticed the beer can. It was crushed and sitting by the edge of the fire ring. It caught my eye because it was a local brand not sold in many stores anymore. It had that older style label. I picked it up with a gloved hand. It was wet and a little muddy, but hadn't been rained on. That meant it had to be dropped sometime after the rain stopped the night before. But the rest of the site looked like it hadn't been touched in days. So either someone had come back here after the rain, or there were two different groups at the same site. That didn't sit right with me. I noted it in my report and took it back with me to toss in the truck bed. I decided to spend the night a little further up the ridge, on high ground where I had better radio reception. I drove another 3 miles, set up in one of our designated pull-offs, and ate a cold dinner from my pack. I logged the day's patrol in my notebook and called in a status report when I had enough bars to do so. After that, I locked the truck, pulled my sleeping bag across the back seat, and tried to sleep. I never really got to. Around 2:50 a.m., I woke up, not because of a noise, but because of the absence of it. The woods were too quiet. No wind, no insects, no rustle of leaves, just stillness. Then I heard it, a sound I couldn't immediately place. It started soft, almost like distant thunder. Then it built into something more mechanical, like metal grinding against metal. It wasn't steady. It came in bursts, a growl, then a pause, then another burst, almost like someone dragging something heavy over gravel. It came from down the road, from the direction of that abandoned campsite. I sat up fast, heart pounding. I reached for my flashlight, but didn't turn it on yet. I waited. I heard the noise again, closer now, not quite on the road. It sounded like it was moving through the brush, parallel to the dirt track. I stayed still, trying to piece together what it could be. Animals made weird sounds, but this was different. Too low, too deliberate. I finally cracked the window and listened. Nothing. Then I heard a different sound. A sharp metallic clink, like a tool or being dropped. That was enough. I quietly climbed into the driver's seat, turned the ignition, and backed out onto the road with my lights off. I drove in darkness for about a mile before turning them on. My radio still wasn't working, and I had no signal. I knew I had to go back to that campsite in daylight. Something wasn't right. I returned early that morning, just after dawn. The clouds were low and the trees still dripping. The tent was still there, but now the fire pit had been disturbed. The beer can I had removed from the site was back, crushed again, but this time in a different position. There were new prints in the mud, bare footprints. I crouched to look closely. Someone had walked through here without shoes, maybe in the last few hours. I searched the area in a wide circle. I found more beer cans, all the same brand, some dented, some clean, but no signs of who left them. Then I found a trail of boot prints leading off into the woods. They weren't fresh. Looked like they had been there for at least a day. I followed them for about 400 yards before losing them in the undergrowth. That afternoon, I filed a report, logged GPS coordinates, and marked the site as temporarily closed due to safety concerns. That was all I could do officially, but I couldn't stop thinking about the sounds I'd heard and the prints around the site. A few weeks later, I had a reason to come back. The station got a call from state police asking about an abandoned vehicle. It had been spotted by a hunter about a mile from the primitive site I patrolled. I went with a deputy to check it out. It was a tan Subaru with New Jersey plates. No obvious damage. No one inside. A check of the plates showed it hadn't been reported stolen, but the owner hadn't answered calls. Inside were a few personal items, a bag of clothes, some receipt from a gas station 2 hours away, and a partially filled notebook. One page had a scribbled note about being watched. Another had a name I didn't recognize. The notebook had drawings too, sketches of trees, and of a face, long, with deep-set eyes, like someone seen through a tent window. They towed the car out and tried to contact the owner again. I never heard what came of it. A few months later, I asked a contact at the sheriff's office if anything else had turned up. He said no one claimed the car and no missing persons matched it. That was the end of it, but the story didn't end for me. Over the next 2 years, there were 2 more incidents in that stretch of forest. One was a pair of hikers who turned back early after hearing what they described as a metallic howling in the trees at night. Another was a ranger, someone I trained, who found a gutted deer strung up in a tree near one of the primitive campsites. No tag, no sign of the hunter. He left the service the following month. After that, I stopped patrolling that sector solo. I requested reassignment and eventually moved to another park. I told myself it was just bad timing, weird people, strange coincidences. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. And I know that someone or something was out there that night. Not a ghost, not a monster, a person, maybe more than one. And they were watching. They had been close. Close enough to walk through the site barefoot. Close enough to return a beer can as a message. Close enough to make noise on purpose and see what we would do. They wanted us afraid, wanted us to run, maybe wanted us to come out and look. I'll never know, but I've never camped alone since. I used to be a park ranger in Nevada. Recreation division. Mostly hiking trails, primitive campgrounds, old cattle roads that had been repurposed for off-roaders and hunters. The land was dry and open, pinyon pines scattered over the hills like crumbs on a floor, and no cell reception for hours in any direction. Not the kind of place tourists came to just for fun. It was the type of place that attracted people who didn't want to be found. This story happened in the fall of 2014. I was stationed alone at Dry Creek Guard Station, one of those old ranger outposts built in the 60s. It had a wood stove, a well that hadn't been cleaned in God knows how long, and solar panels that only worked on their own schedule. No radio tower, no neighbors. Nearest town was a little over 2 hours south, and that was if the road didn't get washed out, which it often did. I had my truck, some backup fuel, a Garmin GPS, and a couple dozen MREs stacked in a locker under the sink. That was the setup. That was normal. The first 2 weeks were standard. I made rounds of the trails, checked the usage permits at trailheads, cleared a few fallen trees, took notes for maintenance reports, and slept early every night. There was a rhythm to it. Mornings were cold and crisp, afternoons dry and quiet, evenings filled with the sound of crickets and coyotes and the wind pushing through the trees. Then things started to shift. It was the beginning of the 3rd week when I noticed something off. I had hiked out to one of the remote campgrounds, Dry Creek Camp number 3, about 6 miles from the station, near an old seasonal creek that hadn't seen water in years, and found a campsite that didn't match the permits. Someone had camped out there recently, but no one had registered. No fire pit, no tent poles, no trash. But you could tell someone had been there. The soil was packed flat in a perfect square, like the outline of a small cot or pad. A plastic wrapper from Protein Bar was wedged into the roots of a sage bush, and two footprints, one larger, one smaller, were sunk deep in the dust near a log. The prints looked fresh, maybe a day or two old. I took photos, logged the find, and noted the direction the footprints were facing, northeast, which pointed toward the old mining road that hadn't been used in years. When I hiked back to the station, I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that site felt clean, too clean, like someone had deliberately tried to remove every trace they had been there, except for the things they couldn't help, like the footprints or the single wrapper. A few days later, I was doing a vehicle patrol up that old mining road. It's called Stoddard Trail. You can't drive it all the way anymore. Parts are collapsed, and the old mine shaft is barricaded, but it connects to some old game trails and service roads. About 2 miles in, I found a pile of rocks stacked in a neat, almost unnatural shape on the side of the road. Balanced perfectly, 5 stones, alternating light and dark, and one with a white stripe across the middle. It looked deliberate, balanced. I took a photo, noted the location, but didn't touch it. Sometimes hikers or survivalists leave those, trail markers or weird artistic things, so I didn't overthink it. The next day, the pile was gone. Not knocked over, not scattered, gone. All 5 stones missing, like they'd been picked up one by one and taken away. No tire tracks, no new footprints, not even animal scat nearby. Just the dry gravel and dust. I went back to the station and checked the vehicle logs. No entries for 2 weeks except my own. No sign-ins at the trailheads, either. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I drifted off, I kept thinking about those prints. About the empty site. About the rocks. I started to write it all down in my logbook. I wasn't required to submit anything until the end of the rotation, but I didn't want to forget the details. And something in my gut told me I'd need them. 3 days later, I found the first dead animal. It was a mule deer, looked like a yearling, lying in the center of an old clearing maybe 5 miles west of camp. I saw it from the ridge above and hiked down, thinking maybe a cougar or coyote had gotten to it. But when I got close, I realized something was wrong. The body wasn't torn open. No bite marks. No blood. Just lying there stiff with its legs folded under, like it had dropped dead. There were 2 things that stuck out. First, its eyes had been removed. Second, it had something small and black stuffed into its mouth. I squatted down and took out my multi-tool. Used the pliers to pull it out. It was a strip of rubber, maybe 2 inches long. Flat on one side, curled at the edges. Looked like it had once been part of a glove or a boot sole. I bagged it, photographed the deer, marked GPS, and hiked out fast. I knew I'd have to send it all in when I got back into town. I didn't have a sat phone, budget cuts, and my radio only picked up static. So I kept the evidence safe and waited for my scheduled supply drop, which was still 5 days away. That's when things got worse. I started hearing movement around the guard station at night. Soft steps on the porch. A thump against the side of the station like someone dropped their shoulder into it. The first time it happened, I ran outside with my flashlight and sidearm, thinking it might be a bear or a mountain lion. But there was nothing. No claw marks. No prints. No smell. Second night, it happened again. This time I stayed inside and watched through the crack in the curtain. I could hear the steps, slow and heavy, moving around the edge of the cabin, stopping near the back wall, waiting. I didn't sleep. I checked the area at dawn and found one thing. A piece of jute twine hanging from the door handle. It was short, maybe 4 inches, frayed at one end. I didn't know what to make of it, but I kept it. 2 days before my supply drop, I hiked out again to the area near the dead deer. I don't even know why. Curiosity, maybe. Or maybe I thought I could find more signs, something that would explain all of it. I didn't find more deer. I found another camp. It was in a grove of junipers, right on the edge of a dry wash. A small fire pit, cold but freshly packed. 2 logs for sitting. And something else, a wire hanger twisted into a shape. It looked almost like a hook or a snare, bent in tight spirals, left sitting on the rock like a display. There was also a sheet of aluminum foil pinned to the ground with a rock, with a rusted nail sticking through it. I didn't touch any of it. I just took photos and backed out slow. I didn't want whoever left it to know I had been there. That night, the steps came back. This time, they circled the station for nearly 30 minutes. I turned off all the lights, waited by the front window with my rifle ready. I never saw anyone, but I could hear breathing through the wall. Not animals. A person's. Slow. Inhale. Exhale. Then silence. Supply drop came that Friday. Pilot dropped 2 crates from the chopper at the clear spot near the dry road, then circled once and flew off. No messages. No notes. Just fuel, water, and some food. I didn't leave. I stayed at the station all day with my rifle. The final incident happened on my last full day at the station. I had packed most of my gear, cleaned the cabin, filled out all the reports, and just before sunset, I decided to walk down to the old cattle corral near the ravine. It was maybe half a mile out. I wanted to clear my head. I shouldn't have gone. As I neared the corral, I smelled something rot, wet and bitter. I slowed my steps. The smell got stronger. When I reached the fence line, I saw what was left of a coyote lying belly up in the middle of the clearing. Guts ripped open, flies everywhere, and above it, hanging from the low branch of a pinyon pine, was a burlap sack tied with jute twine. Same kind that was on my doorknob. I walked closer, not sure why. My heart was thudding so hard it felt like I was going to pass out. Inside the sack were pieces of something, fur, bones, small dried organs. I turned and walked away fast. I didn't look back. When I got to the station, I found the front door open. I always locked it. Always. Inside, everything looked normal, except for one thing. My logbook was gone. Not moved. Not misplaced. Gone. I grabbed my rifle, packed my truck, and drove out that night with the high beams on. Didn't sleep. Didn't stop. I made it to town just after dawn. I reported everything. Filed the photographs. Turned in the rubber strip, the twine, the GPS data, the photos of the prints and the deer and the wire in the sack. I told them my logbook had been taken. They made a note of it, said they'd look into it. I never heard back. A few months later, I quit. Moved east. Got a job in a state park with real communication lines and people who didn't disappear into the desert without a trace. I still don't know who was out there with me. A hermit? A survivalist? Someone hiding from the law? Maybe. But it wasn't just some guy squatting in the hills. It was someone careful. Someone organized. Someone who knew the land better than I did. Someone who wanted to be seen just enough to make sure I remembered him. And I do. Every damn day. I worked as seasonal ranger post for 5 years in a row up in northern Wyoming, in one of the lesser traveled units bordering the Shoshone National Forest. It was remote country, rugged, forested ridgelines, valleys choked with deadfall and bear grass, and creeks that ran full and fast, even in midsummer. The ranger station I worked out of sat about 11 miles from the nearest paved road. No cell service, no radio towers nearby. It was the kind of place where you either knew how to keep yourself alive or you didn't last long. I was 32 that summer. Been in the job long enough to stop making the dumb rookie mistakes, like carrying too little water or not checking maps twice before heading into a basin. Most of our unit's search and rescue calls came from hikers who underestimated the terrain. I didn't mind the solitude, and I actually liked being alone out there. I came from a quiet family and a quiet life. So the long patrols, the long silences, the absence of people, that was all fine with me. Most of my job that year was trail inspection and campsite monitoring. Sometimes I'd be out for 4 or 5 days at a time, carrying everything I needed on my back: tent, food, tools, radio, med kit. I had my routes down. I knew what time of day the sun hit certain ridge lines. I knew what peaks held snow, even into August. I knew where the elk usually bedded down and where the bears liked to dig up roots. That part of the forest, to me, was like a worn-in pair of boots. But even after all that time, that summer turned different. It started with a report that came in late June. Some backpackers had passed through a remote section of trail just north of Rocky Pass. They were experienced, mid-30s, both ex-military types, out for a week-long loop. When they got back to the trailhead, they left a note for the Forest Service on the windshield of one of our work trucks. All it said was, "There's something off near Slate Ridge. Didn't feel right. No wildlife. No sign of anything alive." One of our watches stopped working. Not sure what it means, but want to let you know. No name, no contact info, just that. At first, I didn't think much of it. Hikers say strange things all the time, especially in isolated areas where your nerves are running thin after days on the trail. A dead zone of wildlife isn't uncommon after a fire or due to natural migration shifts. And watches break. Not exactly a mystery, but then a second report came in a week later. This one was from an older solo hiker who'd been camped in the same general area. He came into our station asking if we'd had any issues with mountain lions lately. Said he didn't see one, but heard something moving around his tent for hours on 2 nights straight. Scraping sounds, low breathing, heavy footsteps circling him. When he unzipped the tent and shone his flashlight, there was nothing there. Now, mountain lions are stealthy, but they don't usually linger unless they're hunting or curious. Still, nothing about that struck me as too abnormal. Sometimes animals get too used to people, especially if other campers leave scraps behind. It wasn't until I went out there myself that I started feeling like something wasn't right. I left the station early one morning with enough gear for a 5-day loop. I planned to go north along Little Elk Creek, cut west of Slate Ridge, then circle back south over Cougar Hollow. That loop had been under-traveled all spring due to heavy snowpack in May, so I figured I'd clear a few blowdowns, check the backcountry campsites, and maybe spot the lion if it was still prowling the area. The first day went smoothly. Cool weather, light wind, no bear sign. I reached the first campsite by late afternoon and made camp next to a flat stretch of pine on a gentle ridge. Usual routine, set the tent, make a fire, eat a freeze-dried dinner, write a few notes in a logbook. But that night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to what sounded like something moving through the underbrush about 30 feet from my tent. Not unusual by itself. Deer, porcupines, raccoons, plenty of things move around at night. I lay still and listened, trying to judge the size. But the steps were too slow. Not scurrying. Not the cautious shuffle of a prey animal. These were heavy, for maybe 5 deliberate steps. Then nothing. I reached for my flashlight, unzipped the tent just enough to shine a beam into the trees. Nothing. No eye shine, no movement. I waited another 15 minutes, light in hand, then zipped the tent back up. Didn't hear anything else the rest of the night. Day 2, I moved deeper into the drainage. Still no animals. No son, just wind. And that silence kept following me. It's hard to explain to people who've never spent time in the woods, but natural silence is never truly silent. There's always the trill of a thrush, the buzz of a fly, the hum of mosquitoes, the rustle of squirrels. But this silence felt wrong, like the forest was holding its breath. I reached the site near Slate Ridge in the late afternoon. It was a dry, exposed patch of granite overlooking a long ravine. I found an old fire ring, partially collapsed from erosion, and what looked like boot prints nearby. They looked fresh, maybe a week or 2 old, but oddly disorganized. Like whoever left them had wandered back and forth in a circle a few times, then veered off into the brush. I marked in my notebook and kept going. About an hour later, I found the remains of a camp I hadn't expected to find. No record of it on our maps. Looked like someone had set up a bivvy site under a shallow overhang, maybe 150 feet off trail. There were scraps of a tarp, a fire pit full of partially burned branches, and a small pile of trash, foil wrappers, broken plastic, a crushed canteen. More concerning was what I found half buried under a mound of leaves nearby. It was a boot. Just one. Old, worn, cracked at the sole. I pulled it out and found that it still had a sock inside. The sock was stiff and badly discolored. I didn't see any bones or blood, but the sight made my stomach drop. I didn't touch anything else. I took GPS coordinates, flagged the spot with tape, and wrote a full page in my log. Then I moved 2 miles away and made camp near a creek. That night was worse. I woke up again sometime past midnight to a noise that sounded like a whistle. Faint, not musical, more like a person exhaling sharply through their teeth. It came from uphill, I turned off my headlamp, listened, and heard it again, short, sharp, deliberate. Once, twice, then silence. I stayed awake until dawn. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed up and hiked hard down into Cougar Hollow. I made good time, pushed past the normal camp spots, and kept going until I reached the base of a ridgeline I recognized well. That's when I found something else I hadn't expected. Another boot. This one was newer, not torn, sitting on a flat rock, laces neatly coiled inside. No footprint around it. No signs of a scuffle or disturbance. Just a boot sitting upright, as if someone had placed it there intentionally. Now my nerves were rattling. That was two boots, miles apart, both abandoned. I've worked to say our missing hikers, falls, exposure, all of it. But what I was seeing didn't fit any usual pattern. People don't take their boots off and vanish into the woods unless they're hypothermic, injured, or disoriented. None of the signs pointed to that. I hiked out fast and didn't stop until I reached the ranger station just after dark. The following day, I filed a full report with our field supervisor. They sent a team up to check the camp remains I'd flagged. I wasn't invited on the return trip. Policy. But I heard later through a back channel that they found no ID, no wallet, and no trace of the person who might have stayed there. Just some shredded clothing caught in a tree root nearby. They pulled the boot and sent it for lab analysis. I never heard the results. But here's where it gets worse. 3 weeks later, I was doing trail maintenance on a route south of the area, about 15 miles away from the Slate Ridge site. Hot day. Sky was clear. I was working on a downed tree across a horse trail when I spotted something off to the side. A patch of red, half buried in pine needles. It was a backpack, molded with age, faded, torn in a few places. Inside, I found a water bladder, some granola wrappers, and a folded paper map. The map was marked with pen. Circles, arrows, a route drawn out in red ink. One of the circles was Slate Ridge. Another was the exact place I was standing. No name on the map. No date. Just that red ink running in lines that looked frantic. The arrows weren't neat. They were jagged, repeated. One spot had been circled 3 times with a note next to it in faded ink. Don't stay here. That location was maybe a half mile from the hidden bivvy I'd found 3 weeks earlier. I reported it. Same process. They took the map, took the backpack, never told me who it belonged to or whether they matched it to a missing person. I spent the rest of that summer on trail duties far away from that area. When my contract ended in September, I left and never renewed. I moved to a different state and haven't worn the uniform since. To this day, I think about those boots, that silence, that breathing outside my tent, and I think about that whistle, that sharp, deliberate sound, like someone calling out without wanting to be heard. There are places deep. I was stationed in a national forest in western Montana for 5 years, working as a backcountry ranger. The job was everything I ever wanted. I wasn't the type to sit at a desk or deal with crowds. I liked being alone. I liked the quiet, the long hikes, the kind of work where you sleep in a tent for a week and your boots never really dry out. My district was massive, with over 300,000 acres of thick timber, ridgelines, lakes, and forgotten trails. We had a few recreational areas with decent visitor traffic during the summer, but most of the forest was deep country. No cell reception, no roads, no people. That's where I worked. I was responsible for trail maintenance, illegal campsite monitoring, wildlife observation, and, most importantly, ensuring the safety of any hikers or hunters who ventured into those parts. The area had its quirks. Places where the trees didn't grow right, strange piles of stones left in odd spots, rusted out hunting stands deep in the trees with no trails leading to them. But nothing that ever seemed truly dangerous. Just weird old forest things. I'd run into the occasional black bear or a grizzly, but I was trained to handle those encounters. The most dangerous thing I used to worry about was someone falling and breaking a leg 20 miles from the trailhead. That changed in the summer of 2018. It started out like any other season. I reported to the ranger station in early June. My supervisor gave me my assignments for the week: clear trails from the winter blowdown, check in at 2 remote backcountry campsites, and make sure the pit toilets weren't overflowing. Real glamorous stuff. I packed my gear and set out the next morning, heading north into the Kessler Range, a steep and heavily wooded chunk of the forest known for its rough terrain and minimal traffic. I hiked in about 12 miles that first day. It was sunny, the air was crisp, and I didn't see a single person all day. That was normal. Most people stayed on the southern edge of the park. The further north you went, the less maintained the trails were, and the more likely it was you'd have the place to yourself. That's how I liked it. I set up camp near a small alpine lake. I've been there a few times before. There was a faded old sign nailed to a tree that said Lake Wapiti, though the maps didn't call it that anymore. There were trout in the lake, and I spent the evening catching dinner and jotting some notes in my logbook. Temperature, trail conditions, scat sightings, routine ranger stuff. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to the sound of something large moving just outside my tent. I froze. It wasn't stomping or crashing through the brush. It was moving slow, like it was being careful not to make noise. My first thought was bear, but bears aren't that quiet. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. I didn't see anything at first. Then I noticed the bushes swaying a little near the tree line, about 15 yards away. I didn't hear breathing or grunting. No snapping twigs. Just silence. I waited. Eventually, the movement stopped. I stayed awake for another hour, bear spray in hand, before finally dozing off again. The next morning, I found a single boot print near the edge of my camp. It wasn't mine. It was a hiking boot, smaller than mine, probably a woman's. It was pointed toward the lake, not away from it. That was strange, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. Maybe a solo hiker had passed through. That kind of thing wasn't common out here, but it wasn't unheard of either. I packed up and headed northwest along the ridgeline, following a faint trail toward a campsite known as Merritt's Point. It was remote, about 18 miles from any road, and most people didn't even know it existed. It had a single bear box, a fire ring, and not much else. No one was scheduled to be out there according to the visitor logs, but my job was to check in just in case. It took me 2 full days to get there, and by the time I arrived, the weather had turned. It was cloudy, cold, and the wind wouldn't stop. I pitched my tent behind a large boulder to block some of it, but I still barely slept that night. I kept thinking about the boot print, about how quiet those footsteps had been. On my 3rd day, I found something I couldn't explain. I was about 3 miles west of Merritt's Point, following an old firebreak line that hadn't been maintained in years. It was overgrown, but I was using it as a shortcut to loop back toward the southern trailhead. About an hour into the hike, I noticed something up ahead, a shape, gray and low to the ground. While I got closer, I realized it was a tent. But it wasn't new. The fabric was sun-bleached and torn, the poles bent at weird angles. It looked like it had been sitting there for years. I circled around it slowly, trying to get a read on whether anyone had been here recently. The tent was zipped shut. I used a stick to nudge it open. Inside, there was a sleeping bag, a collapsed foam pad, and what looked like an old external frame backpack. Everything was covered in mold and dirt, but there were no animal signs. No claw marks, no shelled fabric, no droppings. It was like the tent had just been left. That alone would have been odd, but there was something else. Inside the sleeping bag was a notebook. The cover was warped from moisture, but the pages inside were still mostly legible. I flipped through it. Most of the entries were mundane, trail notes, weather, meals. They started in August 2009. The final entry was dated September 3rd, 2009. It just said, asterisk, he came back again last night. I don't think he's leaving. Asterisk. That was it. I sat there for a long time, staring at that line. He came back again. Who? A bear? A person? It didn't say. I took the notebook and packed it carefully in a Ziploc bag. Then I looked around again. No signs of fire. No food wrappers. No signs anyone had cooked here. The place had the eerie feel of something abandoned in a hurry. That night, I camped 2 miles further down, near a creek. I didn't sleep at all. I kept thinking about that notebook. I thought about how old the tent had looked. Almost 10 years. I thought about the boot print I'd found a few days earlier. And then something really strange happened. Around 3:30 a.m., I heard what I can only describe as breathing. Not an animal grunt, not snoring, breathing. Slow, steady, human sounding, just outside my tent. I didn't move. I didn't unzip the flap. I just lay there, frozen, for at least 20 minutes. The breathing never changed, never got closer or further. And then it stopped. I never heard footsteps. No rustling. Just silence again. I left at first light. I hiked almost nonstop for 12 hours that day, covering nearly 16 miles. I wanted out of that section of the forest. Something wasn't right. I've spent years alone in the woods, and I've never felt that level of unease. I don't scare easy, but this was different. This felt like I was being watched. When I finally got back to the station, I turned in the notebook. The law enforcement rangers took it and started an investigation. They cross-referenced the names and dates with missing persons reports. Eventually, they found a match. A woman named Rebecca Allen, age 34, had gone missing in that part of the forest in August 2009. She'd been solo hiking and never returned. Her car had been found at a remote trailhead. A search had been conducted for 10 days, but no trace of her had ever been found. Until now, the investigators went out and recovered the old tent. They found some bone fragments near the site, small ones, likely animals scattered. Not enough to identify definitively, but enough to presume the worst. Her family was notified. That could have been the end of it. A tragic but explainable death. A woman alone in the wilderness, possibly stalked by a predator. Maybe she got injured and died of exposure. Maybe she tried to hide in her tent, but something found her. Sad, but not unheard of. But then I got a call in November. A hunter had reported an encounter near the Kessler Range. Said he was following elk tracks when he came across a man sitting on a stump in the middle of nowhere. No gear, no pack, just sitting there. The man didn't speak, didn't move, just stared. The hunter left, creeped out. Reported it later because it just felt wrong. Rangers went to check. Found nothing. That was the first of 7 similar reports over the next 2 years. All from different people. All in that same section of forest. All describing a man with no gear, no backpack, no weapons. Just watching. I never went back out there after that season. I asked for reassignment. Got moved to the southern section, where the trails were wider and the trees weren't so dense. I still work for the Forest Service, but I don't go deep anymore. I think about Rebecca Allen a lot. About how long she must have been out there. About what she saw. About who, or what, she wrote about in that notebook. I don't think it was a bear. I don't think it was a hallucination. Sometimes the forest keeps its secrets. But sometimes, if you stay quiet long enough, you can feel the weight of what it's hiding. And sometimes, if you listen real close, you can hear it breathe. I took the job thinking it'd be a quiet place to settle down for a bit. I had just left a rough spot in my life. Divorce, too many hours working behind a desk, bills stacking up. When I saw a position open for a seasonal recreation ranger in a small district of northern Nevada, I jumped at it. It wasn't glamorous or well-paid, but it came with a little guard station in the high desert, right up near the border of the Humboldt-Abe National Forest and some old BLM land. It was remote, about 80 miles from the nearest town and a full 2-hour drive to the Ranger District headquarters. The station itself was old but sturdy. Just a simple single-story cabin, a water tank out back, a propane tank, and a small garage with an ATV and a beat-up F-150. Power came from a mix of propane and solar, though the battery array was finicky. There was no cell service. Radio contact with the district office barely worked most days. I was told during orientation that if I didn't check in via satellite radio by 10 a.m. every third day, someone might come looking after a week or two. That's just how things worked out there. The area I was responsible for wasn't popular with tourists or even locals. The terrain was too dry, too rocky, and not nearly as scenic as the big-name parks or wilderness areas. A few campers would show up in the spring, mostly hunters or die-hard backpackers looking to be left alone. Other than that, it was just me, some scattered wildlife, and about 100 square miles of empty space. At first, I liked the peace. My days were simple. I'd ride or hike out to check on old trails, look for signs of fire or illegal dumping, and jot down notes about water levels or wildlife sightings. I kept a journal, made my own meals, fix little things around the cabin. At night, I'd read, stargaze, or just sit on the porch listening to the coyotes yipping in the distance. That was the first month. It all started to shift sometime in the 5th week. I was hiking a loop trail that wound around a dried-up creek bed called Fletcher Gulch. It wasn't on most maps anymore, just one of those forgotten footpaths the district hadn't maintained in years. The markers were faded or gone entirely, and in some places, the sagebrush and cheatgrass had completely swallowed it. Still, I liked walking it. It was quiet, and I almost never saw anyone else out there. I usually parked the truck by an old cattle gate and walked the loop clockwise, heading uphill first and then wrapping down through a narrow canyon. But that morning, I noticed something strange about Mile End. About halfway up the ridge, I found a narrow trail splitting off from the main one. It wasn't marked. It looked like a game trail at first, just a thin line in the dirt between some junipers. But the longer I looked, the more deliberate it seemed. There were faint cuts in the brush that looked too clean to be from deer or elk. Small cairns, half-toppled, sat at uneven intervals, and the trail itself curved downhill into a small box canyon I hadn't seen on my map or in any of the old ranger reports. I almost turned back. I should have, but something about it pulled at me. It wasn't curiosity so much as unease, a sense that something didn't belong. And that, I suppose, was enough of a reason to follow it. I left the main trail and followed the narrow track down the slope. It twisted through sage and boulders for maybe half a mile before the ground flattened out into the bottom of the canyon. The sun had climbed higher, but the canyon walls kept it shaded and cool. I heard nothing but the soft crunch of gravel under my boots. Even the wind seemed to stop. At the end of the trail, I found what looked like the remains of a very old camp. Not a modern campsite. There was no fire ring or trash, but more like an old shepherd's or hunter's camp from decades past. A few flat stones had been arranged in a circle, now covered in dust. A rusted-out lantern lay half-buried nearby, and just behind a rock wall, half hidden under a patch of desert scrub, I saw something that made my stomach knot up. It was a pile of bones. Not animal bones. Human. They were old, bleached white, weathered. Scattered. Some are broken. No skull. No clothes or gear. Just bones in the dirt, partially buried under years of wind-blown grit. I stared at them for a long time. I didn't touch anything. I didn't take photos. I didn't mark the location. I just stood there, frozen in a strange mix of dread and confusion, until I realized how quiet it was. I backed away slowly and left the canyon the way I came. I didn't run, but every step I took made the silence seem heavier, like the air itself didn't want me there. Back on the main trail, I practically jogged to the truck. When I got home, I made a quick sketch of the route and location. I planned to report it the next day during my scheduled satellite check-in. But that night, everything went wrong. The solar batteries gave out around dusk. I was used to that. Sometimes the panels didn't get enough sunlight during cloudy stretches. I lit a few lanterns and made dinner. The wind picked up just after dark. It came in strong bursts, cold, dry, scraping across the roof like sandpaper. The cabin creaked. The wind howled through the stovepipe. At around 1 a.m., I heard something hit the front deck. Not just debris, something heavy. I was in the back room, trying to sleep, but I sat up instantly. I didn't move for a full minute. Just listened. Then came the sound of footsteps. Slow, heavy, right on the wooden boards outside. Then silence. I didn't have a firearm, just a bear spray canister and a long knife I kept by the bed. I crept to the window, careful not to let the floorboards creak. But I couldn't see anything in the dark. I waited for another sound, but none came. After an hour of silence, I lay back down. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found something on the deck. Bare footprints. Human. Large. Pressed clearly into the thin layer of dust that had settled overnight. They led up to the door, then back down into the dirt, disappearing into the sagebrush. No tire tracks. No atiuba marks. No boot prints. Just bare feet. I radioed the district office right after sunrise. But the transmission was rough. I gave coordinates, described what I'd found in the canyon. No mention of the footprints. I figured they'd send someone within a few days. But no one came. 3 days passed. Then 5. I didn't go back to the canyon. I didn't leave the cabin except to check the water tank and hike the short loop nearby. I kept the doors locked. I started sleeping during the day and staying up at night, watching the tree line from the window. Nothing came back, but I kept seeing things, movement on the ridge, shapes in the dusk, figures that disappeared when I blinked. On the seventh day, I snapped. The silence, the waiting, the isolation, I couldn't take it. I packed up the truck, marked the Bones location on a GPS, and drove out. The road was rough, barely more than a dirt track in places. It took me over 2 hours just to reach the highway. From there, I drove straight to the district headquarters. When I told the chief ranger what I'd found, he looked like I'd hit him in the gut. He told me something I'll never forget. Back in the early 90s, a ranger named Jensen had gone missing in that same sector. He was a quiet guy, a Vietnam vet, lived alone in the same guard station. One day he rode out to Fletcher Gulch to inspect trail damage after a storm and never came back. They searched for 2 weeks, found his horse grazing near the main trail, found his pack beside a dry creek, but no sign of him. No bones, no body. Eventually, they chalked it up to a fall, maybe animal predation. But the case stayed open. That canyon I found, it wasn't on any of the new maps because it had been intentionally scrubbed. The old-timers said it gave them a bad feeling. Some said it was an old Paiute burial ground. Others just called it the Hollow. The chief promised to send a forensics team out within the week. But I didn't stick around. I left the district the next day, quit on the spot, drove south until the desert turned to farmland and then to city. I never went back to the woods. 3 months later, I got an email from the ranger district. Just a short note. The bones I found were confirmed as human. DNA matched Ranger Jensen. There was no sign of the skull, no sign of how he died, and no sign of the bare footprints I'd reported later, because I'd never told them. I still don't know who or what was walking outside my cabin that night. Maybe it was someone else living wild out there. Maybe it was someone who didn't want that trail found. Or maybe it was the same person who left those cairns, who watched me from the ridge, who made sure the canyon stayed hidden for all those years. I don't care anymore. I've made peace with silence. But I don't go hiking alone anymore. And I never follow trails that aren't on the map. It started during my 3rd season working for the National Park Service. I was 33, single, and looking for quiet. I had spent most of my time doing trail maintenance, fire watch, and backcountry patrol in the high deserts and canyons of Utah. I liked the isolation. No traffic, no internet, no phone signal. Just miles of dusty trails, red rock walls, and silence. In spring that year, I got assigned to a stretch of Bell-managed land bordering a national monument, about 70 miles from the nearest paved road. It was more a boundary region than a proper park, rough, dry, and under-patrolled. There were some primitive campsites, old cattle routes, disused mines, and a handful of slot canyons that sometimes pulled in hikers willing to drive far enough. It wasn't a high-traffic area, and that's exactly why they needed someone out there full-time for the season. The assignment meant staying in a ranger cabin that hadn't been used in years. It was deep in the backcountry. No running water, just a spring nearby. Propane for cooking. Solar panels that barely kept up with lights and radio. A busted satellite phone and an emergency beacon were all I had for contact. They gave me a newer UTEV to reach the main service road and a locked radio channel for daily check-ins with a monument headquarters. That was it. I drove out in mid-April with supplies packed for 2 weeks. I was supposed to log trail conditions, watch for poachers, monitor wildlife, and check the few campsites scattered across the zone. Easy enough. I like being out of sight. I like being alone. At first, it was peaceful. During the day, the sun beat down on the rocks and dust blew in long sheets across the trail. Lizards scattered at my feet. Coyotes barked in the evenings. I mapped erosion damage and cleared out some down signage near a dry wash. Hiked into one of the slot canyons and found a beautiful panel of petroglyphs I hadn't seen listed on any map. Cooked simple meals. Slept early, but the quiet was heavy out there. I'd done remote postings before, but this was different. There were no other rangers posted within 30 miles. Even the air felt thinner. The landscape was wide open during the day, but somehow pressing in at night. After sunset, the silence wasn't peaceful, it was oppressive. Like everything out there had gone still, but not asleep. Just watching. The first odd thing was small. On the third night, I heard movement behind the cabin just after midnight. I was lying in bed, reading under a dim LED. I didn't move at first. There's plenty of wildlife in the region. Bobcats, foxes, even the occasional cougar. But the movement wasn't quick or cautious. It was slow, heavy, deliberate, like footsteps. I got up, slid my boots on, and stepped out with my flashlight and a sidearm. I wasn't supposed to need it out there, but I carried it anyway, just in case. I circled the cabin. Dust everywhere. No wind. No sound. I shined the light across the brush. Nothing. The next morning, I found a boot print behind the cabin, just off the edge of the packed dirt. Not mine, too wide and too long. Looked like a men's size 13 or 14. Deep tread, maybe a logger-style boot. It was fresh, still sharp in the morning sun. Only one print. No others leading in or away. I don't spook easily, but I stood there for a long time just staring at it. There weren't supposed to be any other rangers out there. No hikers had signed the logbooks at any of the entry points. No vehicle tracks on the trail end. That boot print came from someone who walked in without leaving a trail. I didn't report it. There wasn't much to say. Just a single print in the dust. Could have been from days before, I told myself. Maybe it was mine, and I just didn't remember. Maybe. That afternoon, I hiked 5 miles to check a remote campsite near an old cattle corral. The site was empty, as expected. The fire ring had fresh ash in it, though, and a few cigarette butts. Someone had camped there recently. No permit. No vehicle nearby. I marked in my log and looked around. Behind the corral, I found a pile of bones. Dozens of them. Mostly small, rabbits, birds, maybe a fox. Picked clean, broken in places. They were stacked, not scattered. Arranged, almost, in a rough triangle shape on the hardpan. It wasn't natural. I stood there under the sun, sweat soaking through my shirt, staring at those bones. There weren't any tracks around them. Not even animal prints. Just sun-baked dirt. I took photos, jotted it down, and hiked back to the cabin. That night, I locked the door. Not something I normally did. By the end of the first week, I'd gone on 6 patrols. Checked 8 campsites. Walked 20 miles of trail. And I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. It wasn't something I could prove. There were no sounds, no shadows moving through trees. Just that constant crawling sense that when I stopped to take a drink or check a map, there were eyes on me. Not from the ridgelines or the canyons, but closer. Always just out of sight. On day 9, I did a full sweep of the east boundary along an old horse trail that ran parallel to the canyon rim. The area hadn't been maintained in years. Brush overgrown. Erosion had cut parts of the trail clean off. I had to navigate slow, scanning the rocks for signs of activity. About 4 miles in, I found something I still can't explain. There was a dead tree off the trail, split at the base, gray and hollow. Stuck into the split was a long wooden stake, sharpened at one end, the other wrapped in weathered cloth. Around the base of the tree were more bones, bigger ones this time, deer maybe. Some of them painted red. The paint looked fresh. There were no boot prints, no tire tracks, just the stake, the bones, and that damn red paint. I stood there for maybe 15 minutes, just sweating in the dry heat, staring at the setup like it was some kind of warning. I didn't touch it. Didn't even take a photo this time. I backed away and left the area. When I got back to the cabin that night, the front door was open. Not wide, just barely ajar, like someone had tried to open it quietly. I knew I'd locked it. I checked it twice before leaving. Inside, nothing was missing. Nothing moved. My radio was still on the shelf. My supplies untouched. But on the center of the table was a single object that hadn't been there before. A tooth. Human. Yellowed. Maybe a molar. Just sitting there like an offering. That was when I finally called it in. I used the emergency frequency and sent a short message. Suspicious activity at cabin. Possible human presence. Requesting flyover or support. It took 2 hours to get a response. The chopper wouldn't arrive until the next morning. Too late in the day. I was told to stay put, secure the cabin, and wait. That night was the longest of my life. I bolted the door, pulled the blackout shade, Sat at the table with my sidearm in hand, every light on. The solar battery died around midnight. I was left in complete darkness. The kind of darkness where you can't see your own hand, where every sound gets bigger, heavier. Around 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. Not wind, not an animal. It was pressure, weight shifting, creaking as someone or something stepped carefully across the tin. Then silence, then a soft scrape down the sidewall. I didn't sleep, just sat there counting heartbeats. By dawn, the noises were gone. When the chopper arrived mid-morning, I was already packed. They flew me out. I filed a full report. Boot print, bones, stake tooth, the open door. No photos, no hard evidence. An investigation team went out the next day. They found the bones at the cattle corral. They found the stake in the tree. But the tooth was gone. The door was closed. No footprints. No fingerprints. Nothing. The official report said, unconfirmed human activity, likely vandalism or trespasser. Case closed. They offered to reassign me. Said it was probably a squatter or some hermit living rough in the backcountry. Nothing to worry about. But I knew better. That boot print behind the cabin, it was facing the wall, like the person had stood there for a long time. Listening, watching. The setup near the dead tree, that was ritualistic, intentional, not some hiker leaving trash. Someone had been living out there, watching the patrols, waiting for me to be alone. And that tooth, it was old. Too old to still have blood or root. Probably pulled years ago. Maybe a trophy. Maybe a warning. I never went back. Transferred out of Utah the next season. Took a desk job for a while. I still work for the service, but I don't do remote posts anymore. Sometimes I still think about those nights in the cabin. About the way the roof creaked under slow, deliberate weight. About the feeling of eyes in the dark. About how wide the desert is and how easy it is to disappear out there. The backcountry doesn't care if you scream. And if someone's watching, someone who knows the trails, who lives without leaving a trace, who wants you gone. There's nothing between you and them but silence. And no one ever hears silence scream. I was assigned to the Monongahela Backcountry District in West Virginia in the spring of 2017. It wasn't a flashy post. It didn't have the prestige of Yellowstone or the drama of the Sierra Backcountry. But I was fresh out of Ranger School, had finished a few back-to-back seasonal stints, and when the opportunity for a full-time slot opened up in a low-traffic area, I took it without thinking twice. The district covered a good chunk of forest, about 240 square miles, with maybe 80 miles of marked trails, a few primitive campgrounds, and a dozen or so old roads that hadn't seen a grader in decades. Most of the area was unmanaged wilderness. No visitors, no signage, no fire rings. Just trees, rock, and quiet. My job was mostly solo patrol. I checked campsites, looked for illegal hunting, did paperwork, monitored trail erosion, and cleared blowdowns after storms. There were a few other rangers at the main office about an hour west, but out where I was, it was just me. The first month was mostly uneventful. I lived in an old Forest Service cabin tucked into a hollow, built in the 1930s by the CCC. There was no cell service, no running water, just a well pump and a propane tank. I had solar panels for power, though they worked spotty in the shade. The nights were dark and dead silent, the kind of silence that presses against your ears. I was used to it mostly. I'd done a winter season in northern Minnesota, and this was milder by comparison. But still, something about the air here felt heavier, denser. The hills here swallowed sound, and sometimes it felt like even your thoughts echoed off the trees. By the second week of May, I had fallen into a rhythm. Wake at sunrise, do a few hours of paperwork and radio checks, then gear up and head out into the field. Sometimes I'd be gone for a full day, sometimes just a few hours. One of my regular patrols took me up into the old timber country, an area that had been heavily logged back in the 50s and then abandoned. You could still see the scars. Huge, sunken ruts where the logging trucks used to roll. Piles of rusting steel cable. Bits of old chain link fencing nailed into trees for some long-gone reason. One morning I was scheduled to hike out to an old fire lookout that sat on a ridge above a narrow valley. The trail there had overgrown, but I'd flagged the route earlier in the spring. I took the truck as far as the old Cutler logging road, parked at the barricade, and started walking. It was about 4 miles uphill through mixed hardwood, mostly oak and beech. No signs of anyone, no tire tracks, no footprints, no wrappers or cigarette butts. About halfway up, I stopped for water and checked my GPS. I noticed the unit had been glitching a little the day before, probably solar flare interference, though sometimes it was just a thick tree canopy. While I was fiddling with the screen, I heard a sharp crack to my right, like a branch snapping. I stood still and waited, thinking maybe it was a deer. I didn't hear anything else. After a minute, I shrugged it off and kept moving. But I noticed something odd about 50 yards ahead. A shape, something vertical and pale against the backdrop of trees. When I got closer, I realized it was a wooden post, old, rotting, with faded paint and a rusted metal number plate. It was a boundary marker, but not one I'd ever seen before. I made a note of the number, 74B, snapped a photo, and GPS tagged the spot. About 30 yards past the marker, the trail veered off toward the ridge. But something caught my eye off the old skid trail to the left, what looked like a canvas tarp or fabric barely visible through the underbrush. I walked in for a closer look. It turned out to be a collapsed tent, an old 2-person dome style, faded blue and gray. There were leaves and dirt piled around it, and a few snap poles sticking through the fabric. I didn't see any obvious gear. No pack, no sleeping bag, no cookware. But inside the tent, crumpled and half-buried under leaf litter, was a sock. Just one. Wool. Still held its shape. That was strange. We had no record of campers in this area. I double-checked the seasonal permit logs when I got back. Nothing within a 3-mile radius. Not in the last 5 years. I took photos and GPS tagged the site too, but I didn't disturb anything else. I figured maybe someone had gone off-trail years ago, got rained out, and abandoned their gear. It wasn't uncommon. Still, it gave me a weird feeling. Something about the way the tent was flattened, like it had been crushed from above. That night, back at the cabin, I tried uploading the photos to the office system, but had trouble with the signal. I jotted the details in my logbook instead, added a note about the sock, and turned in early. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly, not from a noise, but from the absence of one. The woods around my cabin are usually alive at night with bugs and frogs, cicadas, peepers, the occasional owl. That night, nothing. Total silence. I lay there on my cot for a few minutes, listening. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I couldn't explain why. I got up, stepped outside with my flashlight, and scanned the tree-line. Nothing moved, but the beam of my flashlight caught something about 50 feet away. 2 round, pale shapes, low to the ground, like mushrooms or stones. They vanished the second I stepped toward them. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, didn't see any prints or tracks, and told myself it was probably raccoons or some trick of the light. The next day, I hiked back up to the tent site to give it a closer inspection. I brought gloves and a small hand rake. This time, I cleared away the leaves more carefully. Under the collapsed tent, I found more items: a rusted fork, a broken zipper, the metal frame of a camp chair. But still no sign of a pack, or ID, or any cooking gear. And then something I didn't expect, a flat rock, maybe 18 inches across, placed right in the middle of the tent. It had 4 shallow grooves carved into it, almost like claw marks. Not deep, but deliberate, not natural. That's when I noticed something else nearby. An old fire ring, about 10 yards away, almost completely buried. I started clearing it off and found a half-melted propane canister and a bundle of wire that looked like part of a snare trap. But what disturbed me was what I found inside the fire ring. Bones. Small ones. Clean. Picked dry. I wasn't a forensic expert, but they looked like rabbit or squirrel bones. And near the edge of the ring, buried under a charred log, I found something blackened and metal. An old hunting knife. I sat back on my heels and just stared at it all for a while. I had no idea how long it had been here. Years, probably. But it didn't feel like a normal abandoned camp. There were too many missing pieces. And the stone with the grooves, it stuck with me. Something about it felt intentional. Like it meant something. I flagged the site, marked it for follow-up, and hiked back out by late afternoon. That night, the silence was back again. No insects, no frogs, just a thick, choking stillness that made my skin crawl. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something move outside the cabin. Heavy. One slow step, then nothing. Another. Then silence. I lay still, breathing shallow, waiting for the next sound. But nothing came. I finally got up the nerve to open the door and shine my light into the woods. Again, nothing. But this time, about 30 feet from the porch, I saw something new. 3 small stones stacked on top of each other in the dirt. I hadn't put them there. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I called into the regional office and told them I needed someone to come out and assess the site. I was vague over the radio, just said it looked like a possible long-term illegal camp, and I wanted a second opinion. They said they'd try to send someone the following week. In the meantime, I went back one last time to take final notes. But when I got to the site, the tent was gone. Not disturbed, not scattered. Gone. No trace of it. The ground was smoothed over, like someone had come through with a rake. The fire ring had been dismantled, and the bones were gone. Even the stone with the grooves gone. The only thing left was the old boundary marker, leaning slightly to one side. I stood there for a long time, tried to piece it together. It didn't make sense. No one else knew about the site. I hadn't flagged it visibly. I hadn't even marked it on any shared system. The only record was in my personal logbook, unless someone had been watching me. That realization hit me hard. My stomach dropped. I turned around and hiked out fast. Every so often I stopped and listened, but the woods were dead silent again. Not even the wind. Back at the cabin, I started locking the door at night. Not just the latch. I added a bar across it. I kept the lights off, kept the windows covered. Every night, I checked for stacked stones, broken branches, anything moved or touched. I found more than a few. Once, a bundle of twigs tied with wire hanging from a tree. Another time, a footprint near the well pump, bare, human, too small to be mine. The guy from the office never came out. Weather delays, staffing issues, whatever. After 2 weeks of this, I drove out to the regional station myself and filed a full incident report in person. They told me they'd look into it, but I never got any follow-up. By early July, I put in for reassignment. I didn't care where, just somewhere with more people, somewhere with cell service. My request got approved. I used to be a seasonal backcountry ranger for the National Park Service. Did it for almost 8 years straight, bouncing around different parks in the West. You know, places where the population is mainly mule deer, old growth trees, and the occasional hiker with busted boots who didn't pack enough water. Most of the time it was great. Solitude, the kind of silence that presses into your ears, views that make you forget the world is even spinning. This story is from my 5th season. I was stationed in northern New Mexico, out near the Carson National Forest, but way off any paved road, close to the Latier Peak Wilderness. The ranger station wasn't much. It was a basic prefab cabin with solar panels and a propane tank, and the nearest town was about 2 hours away. I could drive to a spot where the gravel met blacktop in 45 minutes, but only if the weather played nice and the truck didn't bottom out on a rock the size of a cooler. Most days I patrol the trails, check signage, monitor campsites, and occasionally bushwhack into places where folks weren't supposed to be. There were illegal hunters sometimes, or folks growing marijuana deep in the woods, thinking no one would ever find them. That's what I thought this was at first. But this was something else. Something worse. It started in early September, late in the season. Monsoon storms had been heavy that year, so a lot of the upper trails were washed out or covered in loose scree. My supervisor back at the district office had warned me that the area north of Latier Mesa, called Arroyo Blanco on old maps, was especially unstable, with a lot of washouts and a couple missing trail markers. We had an old route that ran near there called the North Drainage Loop. It was used mostly by horseback riders, but since the storms, nobody had filed a trip report past mile marker 9. I was told to hike out there, check on a couple backcountry sites, and reflag the washed out portions of the trail. I figured it would be a long 2-day job, maybe 3 if the weather turned. I packed enough food and water for 4 days just to be safe. I started out early in the morning from the cabin, hiking fast through the lower forest. Big ponderosis, high grass, quiet shade. The first part of the trail was easy, and I I saw a few sets of old boot prints. Nothing fresh. By midday, I made it to the cutoff where the trail climbed up along the north drainage, and that's when the path started to disappear. I had a GPS unit and paper maps, so I wasn't worried. Not yet. About 6 miles in, I started finding strange things. The first was a torn sleeping bag. It was half buried under some pine needles about 15 feet off trail. It was faded blue, synthetic fill. I tugged it free with my boot. The zipper was ripped, and it looked like it had been cut with a knife, or something sharp anyway. No signs of blood, no gear around it. I looked for signs of a fire pit or any cleared spot for a tent, but there was nothing. I made a note in my logbook and kept moving. Around mile marker 8, I came across a pile of trash. Not just wrappers or a water bottle like usual. This was an actual mound. Someone had dumped a full pack's worth of gear. Crushed ramen cups, empty tuna cans, a few cracked chemical hand warmers, a broken folding knife. There was also a ripped section of a topo map showing the Arroyo Blanco Basin, but most of it was soaked and unreadable. That's when I got this strange feeling. You know when your body starts telling you something's wrong, but your brain hasn't caught up yet? Like the hairs on your arms are already reacting to something you don't see yet. I stood there for a long time, just looking at the pile. The forest was too quiet. Even with the elevation, there should have been wind. Or birds. Something. I moved on quickly, now scanning the trees more than the trail. By late afternoon, clouds started to roll in. The sun dimmed behind a thick gray layer, and I knew I needed to make camp before dark. I picked a flat spot near a dry creek bed and pitched my tent fast. No fire, too dry, and not worth the risk. I cooked a quick meal with my jet boil and sat listening to the silence while eating. That night, I didn't sleep well. Something kept waking me up, little noises, soft cracks like footsteps on dry twigs. At one point, I swore I heard breathing maybe 20 feet outside my tent. I stayed still and quiet, holding my knife and waiting. The breathing stopped after a few minutes, and I finally passed out again just before dawn. The next morning, I checked the area around my camp. I didn't find any prints, at least nothing clear. Just faint impressions in the pine duff, like someone had brushed over the area with a branch. That made me pause. Most animals don't cover their tracks. I pushed forward, heading into Arroyo Blanco. That whole basin felt wrong. It's hard to explain. The light never felt like it reached the ground. The trees grew too close together, and everything smelled wet, even though it hadn't rained. I didn't see any deer sign, no scat, no rubs on the trees. No squirrels either. Just quiet, empty woods. About midday, I found the camp. It was about 200 yards off the trail, tucked behind a rock outcrop. The site looked old, maybe a month or more, but it hadn't been destroyed by animals or wind. The tent was collapsed but intact. A backpack was leaned against a log, unzipped and full of clothes. There was a pot hanging from a makeshift tripod, and ashes still sat in the fire ring. I walked slowly around it, noting everything. The backpack had an ID badge clipped inside. Some guy from Albuquerque, late 30s. No official report had come through about a missing person matching his name, but that didn't mean much. Solo hikers often go off-grid without telling anyone. But then I found a notebook. It was shoved under the collapsed tent, wrapped in a gallon Ziploc. Inside were short entries. Most of them were mundane, weather, trail notes, sketches of birds. Then about 3 pages in, the tone changed. He started writing things like, "Something's watching me from the ridge. Saw it again this morning. Heard a cough last night, but no one's out here. Moved camp twice. Still hearing footsteps. Sounded like boots. If someone finds this, check the ravine north of the flat rock. That's where it always comes from." That was the last entry. I sat still for a long time after reading that. My legs felt numb. That sense of wrongness I'd felt earlier came back 10 times worse. I didn't know if it was some guy playing games, or if he'd really been stalked by someone, or something, but I wasn't going to sleep another night out here. I marked the coordinates and packed up the notebook and ID. I radioed in using my satellite unit. The signal was spotty, and I couldn't raise the district office. I decided I'd head back the way I came and try again once I got to higher ground. I hiked out fast, skipping lunch, barely stopping to drink water. That's when I found a camera. It was wedged in the crook of a tree, pointing down toward a game trail. One of those cheap trail cameras hunters use. I pulled it down and checked the SD card on my phone using an adapter I carried. Most of the images were empty frames. A few deer, a raccoon. Then, toward the end, things got strange. There were 3 photos of a man, maybe in his 40s, standing totally still in the middle of the trail. He was wearing a dark hoodie and camo pants, face obscured by shadows. He didn't move between frames, just stood there, same spot. Then, in the 4th photo, he was looking straight at the camera. Not just at it, but into it. His head tilted just slightly, like he knew it was there the whole time and finally decided to acknowledge it. There were no more pictures after that. I deleted them and pocketed the card. Something told me I shouldn't leave it behind. I hiked harder now, eyes darting around the trees. I kept thinking I'd hear someone behind me. I didn't, but I saw something. A flash of movement between 2 trees. A figure just barely visible, walking the same direction as me, maybe 50 yards off trail. No buck, no gear, just walking. I froze, waited. Nothing moved for a long time. I kept walking. By nightfall, I was still 2 miles from my first camp. I didn't want to stop, but I couldn't trust my footing in the dark, so I made a cold camp in a low clearing. No fire again. I stayed awake most of the night, listening. Sometime after midnight, I heard breathing again, closer this time, then a soft scrape like a boot shifting in gravel. I didn't move. My knife was in my hand. I didn't sleep at all. By first light, I was packed and moving. I made it back to the ranger station by late afternoon, legs burning, lungs dry. I locked the door and pulled the blinds. I got on a satellite phone and called the district office until someone picked up. I told them everything, left out the part about the camera for now. 2 days later, a search and rescue crew flew in by helicopter. I took them to the abandoned camp. They found no sign of the man, no body, no tracks, but they did find something I hadn't seen before. Up in a tree, about 15 feet off the ground, was a bundle of sticks tied together with twine, shaped like a human figure. It had a strip of the man's backpacking shirt wrapped around the middle. They bagged it for evidence. A few weeks later, I transferred out of that district. I didn't want to be there anymore. I couldn't sleep. Every time the wind shifted or a branch snapped outside, I'd jump. It wasn't just fear. It was dread, like something from that place had followed me out. I worked alone for almost 6 months in a forgotten part of the Willamette National Forest, in a sector people didn't even know was still staffed. The last ranger assigned to that district left 3 years ago after a rock fall crushed his pickup while he was doing a survey. He survived, but never came back. The station sat empty until the Forest Service decided to reassign me there. They gave me a 2-week notice. I was told the budget couldn't keep the place closed, and someone needed to be there just in case. I was a warm body with a badge and a backpack, and I was cheaper than hiring someone new. The guard station was over 2 hours from the nearest town, buried at the end of a fire road that had barely been maintained. There was no power except a half-working solar setup and a propane tank that fed a stove and small heater. There was no cell service, no landline. I had a radio, but I was never sure who could hear me on it. The signal always bounced strangely in the mountains. Sometimes I'd call in and no one would respond for days. My job was simple on paper. Maintain trailheads, patrol fire roads, check signage, document hazards, and monitor wildlife activity. But most days I didn't see a single person, not even tire tracks. The whole area felt like a place time had let rot. From the first week, the place didn't sit right with me. The trails were overgrown in a way that didn't make sense for the time they'd been closed. Whole areas had washed out or been swallowed by fallen trees, but there were signs that someone or something had been moving around. I kept finding old boot prints, usually just 1 or 2 at a time, like someone walking alone with no real purpose. But they didn't go anywhere. Some just ended in the middle of a trail or wandered off in a thick brush. I brushed it off. Maybe hunters. Maybe some hermit living off-grid. I'd run into that before. Weird, but not out of place in this kind of country. But that didn't explain the sounds. The forest was loud in all the wrong ways. During the day, it was dead quiet, too quiet. No bird song, no squirrels, just wind and my own footsteps. But at night, it came alive with things I couldn't place. Not animals, not the usual sounds you learn to tune out. These were sharp, unnatural sounds. Metal on metal once. Another time, a low groaning like trees bending under snow, except it was early summer. The worst came about 5 weeks in. I'd hiked about 9 miles to check an old trail marker that had been reported as damaged years ago. The trail had collapsed in parts, and I had to bushwhack for hours just to get around a ravine. When I finally found the marker, it was gone. Not broken. Gone. The post had been sawed off cleanly at the base, and all that was left was a chunk of dirt where it used to stand. I looked around and found the rest of it tossed a good 30 feet into the woods, lying half buried in a dry creek bed. That thing had been bolted into the ground with cement. Someone really didn't want it there. I took pictures, logged it in my notebook, and turned back toward the station. I had camped overnight just off the trail and planned to be back by mid-afternoon, but I didn't get back until after midnight. The first sign that something was wrong came when I hit the halfway mark and realized I wasn't passing anything I recognized. I'd marked the trees with biodegradable tape on the way in, standard protocol, but the tape was gone. Every strip. I tied them high and tight in places no animal could reach. All gone. I thought I just missed a turn or got disoriented. Happens more often than you'd think, even to rangers. So I stopped, ate a power bar, took a drink, and got my bearings. I had a paper map and compass, plus a GPS that barely held signal under the tree cover. According to the GPS, I was about half a mile east of where I thought I was. That didn't make sense. I'd been following the same drainage the whole way. I adjusted course, climbed a ridge, and tried again. That's when I found the camp. It wasn't mine. It was an old clearing about 10 yards wide with a single tent in the center. The tent was rotting, sun-bleached, and sagging inward like a deflated balloon. I walked a slow circle around it. No footprints, no trail in or out. Just the remains of a small fire ring and the edge of a metal cup stuck in the ash. I didn't touch anything. I didn't want to be responsible for disturbing a site until I could report it. Could have been a missing person. Could have been something else. That was the moment the silence really hit me. Even the wind had stopped. No birds. No insects. No distant creak of trees. I could hear my own heart. I backed away and started hiking, not even checking the compass this time. I just wanted to put distance between me and that tent. It took another 5 hours of stumbling and reorienting before I finally recognized a familiar landmark. An old utility shed collapsed on the edge of the service road. I made it back to the station just after 1 a.m., soaked in sweat and shaking. The front door was open. I always locked it. Always. Even out here, it was habit. Inside, nothing looked stolen. Nothing was trashed. But everything had been moved just slightly. My boots weren't where I left them. The top of my canteen was missing. My maps were folded differently. My logbook had a smear of mud across the front cover. I went outside, took a deep breath, and walked the perimeter. No tracks. No tire marks. I barely slept that night. I kept the propane heater off, even though it dropped below freezing. Just laid in my cot with the emergency flashlight in one hand and my Leatherman in the other, waiting for something, anything, to move. Nothing did. But the next morning, I found a single boot print about 10 feet from the back window. It was facing the building. Deep heel, shallow toe, like someone had been standing still for a long time. From then on, everything got worse. Things started disappearing. First small stuff, my backup headlamp, a spare pair of gloves, the batteries for my wildlife camera kit. Then bigger things. One morning I woke up and my truck keys were gone. I tore the station apart looking for them. Never found them. Had to call in on the radio and wait 3 days for a replacement to be driven in. I asked them to bring a new lockbox too. When they showed up, I didn't say anything about what was going on. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I could see in their faces. The 2 guys from HQ didn't want to stick around. They left before sunset. One night, I set up the wildlife cam to face the back window. It was one of the newer motion-activated models with infrared. I mounted it high in a tree, aimed down at the cabin. I wanted to know if someone was out there. Next morning, I checked it. It had recorded something. Only one clip, about 6 seconds long. The camera had triggered at 3:17 a.m. The footage showed the cabin. No movement, just trees swaying in the breeze. But the audio was the problem. There was a voice, just barely audible under the wind. It said my name, not yelled, just said, soft, clear, then silence. I deleted the clip. I wanted to pack up and leave, but I couldn't. There was still a month left in my assignment, and if I bailed, it would be the end of my career. I needed this job. I'd worked too hard to get here, so I stayed. But I didn't sleep more than a few hours at a time. I kept the lights on at night. I started carrying my sidearm, even inside. I knew something was watching me. Not a bear, not a mountain lion. Something that moved with purpose. That wanted me afraid. One morning I woke up and found all the doors open. Front door, back door, even the shed. Nothing taken, nothing broken. Just wide open. I started locking everything with chains after that. The final straw came in my last week. I had gone out to check the water levels at a stream crossing on Trail 14. It was supposed to be a simple in and out hike, about 4 hours round trip. I left early, brought extra food, even left a note in the station log about where I was going and when I expected to return. I reached the stream, took my notes, took pictures, turned around and started back. But the trail wasn't there anymore. Gone. Not overgrown, just gone. Like someone had pulled it up and erased it. I turned around and the stream was gone too. I was standing in a clearing I didn't recognize. The terrain was all wrong. Trees I hadn't seen before. The slope of the land shifted under my feet. I couldn't explain it. I wasn't tired. I wasn't dehydrated. I was lucid, and I was completely lost in an area I'd patrolled dozens of times. That was the only time I really panicked. I ran. I pushed through brush and climbed ridges without stopping. I tore my uniform. I lost my pack. I didn't care. I just wanted out. I don't know how long I ran. Long enough that the sun was already dipping when I finally stumbled onto the road. But not the road I knew. This was old, overgrown, covered in moss and pine needles. No tracks. No signs anyone had driven it in years. I followed it, hoping it connected to something. After about 2 miles, I saw a shape through the trees. A shack, rotting, sinking into the ground. I didn't go inside. I didn't even get close. But there was something hanging from the doorframe. A lanyard. Mine. I turned and walked in the opposite direction for hours. Eventually, I found my own road. Recognized a broken signpost I'd photographed weeks ago. Made it back to the station well after dark. My hands were bleeding. My legs were cut up. I looked like I'd been in a fight with the woods. Maybe I had. I didn't go back outside. I worked as a park ranger for over a decade, and most of that time was uneventful. A lot of hiking, maintaining trails, dealing with lost tourists, occasionally helping with rescues. I had a few run-ins with black bears and mountain lions, but nothing I couldn't handle. The scariest part of the job was usually boredom or running out of coffee on a long shift. That changed the year I got assigned to the Vermilion Cliffs area in northern Arizona. That place is different. Wide, empty, brutal desert country. Tall red cliffs, sandstone mazes, dry washes that could flood in seconds. It's not a park that gets a lot of visitors. It's isolated, requires permits, and the terrain is hard to navigate. A lot of the people who come out that way are backcountry hikers, people trying to escape cell service and crowds. Some are photographers, chasing light and shadow across the rock formations. A few are just loners who want to disappear for a while. When I got stationed there, I lived out of a small field station near a place called White Pocket. It was basically a one-room structure, bed, desk, small fridge that ran on solar, a propane stove, and a radio setup for dispatch. No cell reception. The nearest paved road was more than 30 miles of sand and rock away. Most of the time, I was out doing patrols in my truck or hiking into slot canyons and washes to check for debris, illegal camps, or signs of vandalism. I usually didn't see another person for days. That's how I liked it. But something about that season fell off right from the start. It was early May when I moved into the station. The heat hadn't kicked in full yet, but the air already had that dry, parched smell like the land was holding its breath. My first week was uneventful. I spent my time getting reacquainted with the routes, refamiliarizing myself with the washes, and checking cairns to make sure they hadn't been knocked over by flash floods or careless hikers. By the second week, I noticed strange little things. Nothing huge, just details that caught my eye and didn't make sense. The first was a trail of boot prints in a no-go zone near the edge of a cliff shelf. The prints were fresh, maybe a day old, and led out onto a narrow ledge where the rock had crumbled away after the last winter storm. We had it posted with warning signs and closed off from the map routes. The prints walked out about 40 yards, then just stopped. No sign of someone slipping, no scuff marks, just nothing, like they'd vanished. I spent a few hours searching with my binoculars from below, trying to find a body or a pack or anything that would indicate someone fell. There was nothing down there but red boulders and scrub brush. I logged it and moved on. A couple days later, I found a campsite deep in the gulch below Buckskin. It wasn't illegal. Technically, it was within the dispersed camping zone, but it was weird. There was no tent, just a circle of rocks around a fire pit, but no signs of actual fire. Not even charcoal, just a pile of dry bones in the middle of it. At first, I thought it was someone prepping firewood, but when I looked closer, I realized they weren't sticks. They were bones. Rabbit, maybe coyote. Clean, dry, arranged deliberately. There was no gear, no trash, no footprints leading to or from it. Just the bones and the ring of rocks. Again, I took photos and notes and kept going. Then came the smell. There's a certain odor you never forget once you've smelled it. Decomposing human. I caught it a few times before during search and rescue operations that didn't end well. One afternoon, I was about 5 miles northeast of the wave, checking an old herd path that wasn't officially on the map but still used by experienced hikers. I caught the scent on the wind, faint but undeniable. I hiked toward it, thinking maybe I'd stumbled on a lost hiker or a poacher who'd gotten unlucky. The smell got stronger, but I never found a body. I did find a backpack wedged into a crevice between two slick rock mounds. It was sun-bleached and partly torn open. The tag inside was too faded to read clearly, but there was a moldy granola bar inside and a cracked GPS unit with dead batteries. Again, no body, no bones, just that smell and then nothing. At this point, I was starting to feel uneasy, but I still chalked it up to coincidence. Maybe someone dumped their old gear. Maybe the bones were from an amateur wildlife photographer setting up a scene. Weird, but not illegal. The real turning point came 3 weeks into my stay. It was mid-June. The sun was brutal during the day, and the nights were still chilly, dropping into the 40s. I had just finished a 12-mile loop hike and returned to the station around 8:30 p.m. I was exhausted. I cleaned up, made some coffee, and sat outside on the steps to let the heat soak out of my boots while the sky dimmed from orange to deep blue. That's when I noticed the sound. It was faint but steady, a kind of scraping noise. Almost like a metal shovel against rock, but irregular. Not rhythmic, not purposeful, just scraping. It was coming from somewhere east of the station, maybe 200 or 300 yards out, where the sandstone formations start rising into stacked ridges. I listened for a few minutes, thinking maybe it was an animal. There are ringtails and foxes out there, sometimes even wild burros, and they make weird sounds sometimes. But this didn't sound like any animal I knew. It was too mechanical, too dry. I grabbed my flashlight and headed that way, thinking maybe it was wind catching something loose, a can, maybe, or an old survey marker. The closer I got, the quieter it became. When I reached the ridgeline, it had stopped entirely. I scanned the area for movement. Nothing. Just empty rock and the slow hiss of wind pushing dust through the cracks. I turned to head back. That's when I saw it. A small pile of stones, perfectly balanced at the edge of a narrow crevice. Maybe 15 stones stacked from largest to smallest, like a cairn, but the shape was wrong. It was too narrow, too clean, like someone had spent an hour making it just right. There were drag marks around it, faint scrapes in the dust, like something heavy had been moved. No boot prints, no tire tracks, just drag marks and the weird pile of rocks. I knocked the pile over, not out of spite, just instinct. I didn't like it being there. It felt wrong. The next morning, the pile was back. Same spot, same rocks, same shape. That was when I really started to lose sleep. Over the next week, I kept finding those stacks. In front of the station, behind the outhouse, on top of a flat mesa 3 miles from the trail. Sometimes I'd find them in places I'd just cleared an hour before. Always the same size, same style, always surrounded by faint drag marks. I radioed dispatch and asked if anyone had been assigned to the area, maybe another ranger or a wildlife survey team, but they said no. I was the only person with jurisdiction in a 50-mile radius. At night, I started hearing the scraping again, sometimes closer, sometimes farther away. Once it was right outside the station, so close I could hear the grit shifting under the weight of something moving. I didn't go outside that night. I sat at the edge of my bed with the lights off and my hand resting on the handle of my emergency axe. Nothing happened, but the next morning, there was a line of those stone stacks leading away from the station into the desert. Maybe a dozen of them, perfectly spaced like a trail. I followed them for about 2 hours until they led me into a narrow slot canyon I didn't recognize. I've been working that district for months, and I knew every canyon and outcrop, but this one was new, or hidden. Inside, the walls were covered in strange scratch marks. Not petroglyphs, not vandalism, just deep gouges in the rock, some vertical, some horizontal. And in the middle of the canyon was another fire pit filled with bones. This time, the bones weren't animal. I don't know how I knew, but I knew. I turned around and left. I didn't touch anything. That night, I packed a go bag, water, food, a flare gun, GPS map, satellite phone. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't think straight. I felt like I was being watched every second I was outside. I didn't care if it broke protocol. I was leaving at first light to file a report in person at the regional station, 5 hours away. When I woke up the next morning, my truck tires were slashed. All four. Deep cuts, like from a blade or claw. No tracks nearby. Nothing on the radio. No weather. I started walking. It took me 2 days to get to the highway. I barely slept. I walked mostly at night and hid during the day, sticking to washes and dry creek beds to stay hidden. I didn't know what I was hiding from, but I felt like something was tracking me. I never saw it, but I heard the scraping once. Just once, around 3 a.m., maybe a mile off. That was enough. I flagged down a car on the highway, explained I was a ranger and my vehicle had broken down, and hitched a ride to the nearest ranger office. I filed a report. They sent in a team to investigate the station. They found the tires slashed, my gear gone, the stacks of rocks still surrounding the station in spirals, almost like a fence. But no signs of who or what made them. They reassigned me after that. I never went back to Vermilion Cliffs. I still work as a ranger. Different district now, forests, lakes, cell reception. I like it that way. But sometimes when I hike into the deep back I worked as a backcountry ranger in the Klamath National Forest in Northern California for almost 9 years. Most of the time, it was the kind of job that people dream about. Just me, the trees, the creeks, the trails, and the long stretches of mountain road cutting through some of the last true wilderness in the lower 48. No cell service, no noise, no real civilization in sight. Just dirt roads and forest. I'd spent so long working the southern districts, Sam and Scott, Happy Camp, that I knew those old roads better than I knew my own family. I could tell you which drainage would flood first after heavy rain. I could name every trailhead by memory and tell you exactly how long it took to hike to any given fire lookout in the region. I'd patched washed-out culverts, run off illegal hunters, and even medevaced an ATV accident victim once using nothing but a satellite phone and an old Mylar blanket. But this story isn't about any of that. This happened in late October, about 5 years ago. The seasonal staff had already gone home, and I was assigned to do a final pass along a backcountry road called Ridge Road. It wasn't marked that way on most maps. Some called it 49 Spur. Others called it South Divide Road. But we always called it Ridge Road because that's exactly what it was, a long, narrow dirt road running along a remote ridgeline between Grider Creek to the north and the Kelsey Trail to the south. That stretch of road didn't get much use except by hunters in the fall. Sometimes the odd fire crew would go up there to scout lightning strikes or do brush clearance, but not often. It wasn't the kind of road you want to take without four-wheel drive, good tires, and at least one spare. The ruts were brutal in spots, and there were long sections where a rock slide or a fallen tree could trap you with no way to turn around. The job that day was simple. Drive the full length of Ridge Road, check the gates at the trailheads, make sure nobody was camped illegally, and note any trouble spots for the winter closure crew. It was about a 30-mile run total, mostly slow going. I packed enough food for 2 days just in case something went wrong, topped off my gas tank, threw a chainsaw and shovel in the bed of the truck, and hit the dirt just before sunrise. The first hour went fine. Just early fall sunlight cutting through the pines, thin frost on the logs, and the smell of cold dirt and old needles. I stopped to clear a small tree near mile marker 4, marked a washout at mile 7, and saw some fresh tire tracks near the turnoff to Copper Butte Trailhead. That was nothing new. A lot of hunters use that spot. I didn't see any tents or hear any shots, though. Around mile 10, things started to feel off. It's hard to explain. The forest out there is silent in a way that feels heavier than normal silence. You get used to a certain kind of quiet. Wind through the needles, distant woodpeckers, squirrels chattering, creeks running in the gullies. But this was different. No wind, no animals, nothing. Just the sound of my own tires crunching along the gravel and the occasional ping from pebbles hitting my undercarriage. I chalked it up to the cold. Late October, especially up high, shuts everything down fast. Animals move lower. Birds disappear. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling. Like something was waiting or watching. I pushed on, stopping every few miles to check culverts and note rock falls. At mile 14, I came around a bend and saw the first real problem. A heavy slide had taken out part of the road. It wasn't massive, but big enough that I'd have to put the truck in low gear and crawl across it carefully. A pile of wet, mossy rock had come down from the high side and spilled out over the ledge, maybe 20 feet of it. I got out, walked it first, judged it passable. Just before I got back in the truck, I noticed something odd. Boot prints. They weren't mine. They were older, maybe a day or two. Deep heel drag, like someone was carrying something heavy or limping. They came from the south edge of the road, crossed the slide, and disappeared down the ridge to the north. I followed them a short way, maybe 10 yards, until the slope got too steep. That's when I saw the broken branches, fresh like someone had scrambled downhill fast, maybe even fallen. Still, no signs of distress. No blood, no drop gear, just boot prints going down into the dense cedar. I didn't like it. I marked the spot on my map, took a couple photos, and moved on. By mile 18, the road narrowed to a single lane. Steep drop on the right, rocky wall on the left. No room to turn around. I passed the old fire ring near the rim, the one some hunters had used the previous season, and saw something else that made me stop. A jacket. It was hanging off a low branch about head high, as if someone had just shrugged it off and walked away. It was damp, faded green canvas, the kind hunters wear. I walked over and gave it a look. No ID, no tags, nothing in the pockets. But the inside lining was torn, and there were dark stains, probably mud, but it didn't smell like mud. I took it down and tossed it in the bed of the truck. By now it was afternoon, and I was only about 2/3 through the route. Ridge Road winds hard after mile 20, and the grade gets steeper. I passed one more trailhead of a rough side trail that led down toward Tom Martin Creek, and decided to stretch my legs. That's when I saw the smoke. It wasn't a lot, just a thin column rising out of the trees, maybe half a mile to the east, down below the ridgeline. I didn't smell anything burning, but it was too close to ignore. I grabbed my pack, marked my location, and started hiking down the slope. It took me about 40 minutes to reach the source, and the whole time I was descending, I had that tight feeling in my gut. Not fear exactly, just pressure, like something was waiting to go wrong. When I got there, I found a crude camp. One small tarp tent, no fire ring, and a smoldering pile of wet sticks someone had tried to burn. No backpack, no cooler, no water jug. Just a mess of footprints and torn up ground like someone had left in a hurry. And something else, a trail cam. It was mounted low, just off the game trail that led down from the camp. Most hunters use them to track movement, but this one wasn't pointed at a trail or scrape. It was aimed dead center at the camp. I checked it. Dead battery. I tossed in my pack and backed out the way I came, fast. Back on the ridge, I took a minute to write it all down, The camp, the prints, the jacket, the odd slide crossing, the dead cam. Then I drove. I wanted off that ridge before dark. But at mile 25, I came around a tight corner and slammed on the brakes. The road was blocked, not by a slide, not by a tree, but by something I'd never seen before in that area, a pile of cut logs. Not natural fall. These had been chainsawed and stacked deliberately, 3 rows high, end to end across the whole road. I got out, looked at them. Fresh cuts, sap still bleeding. Whoever did it had used a big saw, maybe the same size I had in my truck. But these weren't Forest Service cuts. We don't leave slash piles across access roads. I checked the ground around the pile. More boot prints. 2 sets this time. Both heavy, like someone hauling gear. I walked back to my truck and started the engine. I had enough room to turn around if I did a multi-point pivot against the slope. It took a while, but I got it turned and headed back the way I came fast. Somewhere between mile 23 and 22, I noticed something I'd missed earlier. A small, narrow cut in the brush on the south side of the road, barely wide enough for a person to pass through. It wasn't a game trail. The branches were trimmed back clean, like someone had used shears. I stopped, walked over. There was a piece of surveyor's tape on one of the limbs, bright pink, fluttering slightly even in the dead still air. I followed it, just a few yards at first, then another ribbon, then another. The trail went steep downhill, snaking between manzanita and pine, then flattened out into a dry wash. That's when I saw the pit. I froze. It was about 6 feet wide, 8 feet long, and 3 feet deep. Not a natural depression. It had shovel marks on all sides, and the bottom was lined with sticks and dead grass. I didn't get any closer. I just looked. There were black trash bags nearby, some torn open, showing what looked like canvas, rope, and maybe clothing. The smell hit me a second later, rank, metallic, and unmistakable. I turned around and hiked out fast. Didn't touch a thing. Back in the truck, I logged the GPS coordinates, marked the map, and started the long drive out. I had no cell signal. My radio barely reached the repeater back near Happy Camp. I didn't stop again. Not when I saw more boot prints. Not when I passed that same jacket again, now hanging from a different tree. Not even when I noticed the trail cam from the earlier camp was gone from the back of my truck. I just drove. By the time I got back to the highway, it was nearly dark. I hit the ranger station, filed my report, and called the county sheriff. I told them everything, gave them the coordinates, showed them the photos. They went in 2 days later with a full team, sheriff's deputies, forest law enforcement, search and rescue. They found the pit, found remains inside. Human. They found more, too. Another camp, half a mile downhill. An old van, rusted out and hidden under camo netting. More pits, more trash bags, dozens of trail cams. Some had footage. They never told me what was on them. I spent the summer of 2018 working as a seasonal backcountry ranger in the Bitterroot Mountains of western Montana. It wasn't my first season doing this kind of work. I've been in Glacier, then the Bob Marshall, and even did a winter stint in the Selway Bitterroot area the year before. I was used to solitude, used to long hikes, rationing food, dealing with unpredictable weather, isolation, all of it. The district had 2 backcountry ranger stations. One of them, Kootenai Lookout, was reachable by horse or on foot. It sat on a bluff near an alpine lake, tucked well off any major trail. The other one, which was mine for that summer, was farther out, Hell's Half Mile Cabin. Not actually on Hell's Half Mile, despite the name. It was another 3 miles past that, down a slope near a cluster of unnamed creeks that fed into the Selway River. It took a good day and a half to hike in from the trailhead. That place was remote, even by Forest Service standards. Hell's Half Mile Cabin was a single-room log building with a metal roof, a wood stove, 2 bunks, a tiny table, and a cabinet for food storage. There was no electricity, no cell signal, no radio contact unless you climbed about 1,000 feet up the ridge behind the cabin. I had a sat phone for emergencies, but we were encouraged not to use it unless absolutely necessary. I was assigned a 10-day rotation. Hike in, stay for 10, then get relieved and rotated back out for 4. During those 10 days, I was responsible for maintaining nearby trails, inspecting campsites for violations, collecting data on wildlife sightings, and ensuring that no one had camped illegally. Most of the time, I didn't see a single soul out there. Maybe once every few days, I'd come across a through hiker or some grizzled solo backpacker. But most of the time, it was just me. The first rotation went fine. The weather held, though it was unusually dry for June. I logged about 40 miles of trail work and 2 trail camera repairs. Second rotation, still fine, except it got real hot. Too hot for the elevation. Days were in the mid-90s, and the nights didn't cool down like they usually did in July. I started sleeping out on the little porch of the cabin instead of inside. Woke up one night with a bat clinging to the wall near my head, but otherwise no issues. It was on the third rotation that things started to go wrong. I'll start from the first day of that stretch, because looking back, I think the details matter. I hiked in like usual, took the trail from the Lakeview Trailhead past Junction Creek, and made camp about 10 miles in near a dry wash. I usually didn't push all the way to the cabin on the first day, because the elevation change was brutal near the end. I wanted to arrive with some energy left. I didn't see anyone on the trail. Not surprising. That night, I camped like I always did. Bare hang, small fire, simple meal. I fell asleep around 8:30. At some point in the night, I woke up to a strange sound like something hard scraping against bark. I sat up in my tent and listened. Nothing moved for a while. Then I heard it again, like a stick being dragged across tree bark, slow and methodical. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and stuck my head out. The moon was nearly full, and the woods were lit in that pale, dull silver. I couldn't see anything. The noise had stopped. I didn't sleep much after that. I finished the hike in the next morning and reached the cabin by early afternoon. Everything looked normal. No signs of animals breaking in, no disturbances around the woodshed or the trail register. I unlocked the door, dropped my pack inside, and went through my usual checklist: firewood status, water from the nearby spring, food inventory, batteries, tools, etc. As I was putting things away, I noticed that the door latch had fresh scrape marks around the metal. At first I figured it had just been from wind or a careless previous ranger, but the marks didn't look accidental. They were centered right on the latch and deep, almost like someone had been trying to pry it with a screwdriver or a knife. I didn't think much of it at the time, maybe just wear and tear. I went out and spent the afternoon clearing deadfall on a section of the Horse Ridge Trail, came back, made dinner, wrote in my log, and turned in early. That night, the sound started again. I was inside the cabin this time. The door was bolted, and my headlamp was hanging from a nail by the bunk. I was just starting to drift off when I heard a faint crunch outside. Not a branch snapping, just the subtle shift of someone putting weight on dry forest floor. Then silence. Then another slow, deliberate crunch. I sat up and killed the headlamp. It was pitch black. I listened, barely breathing. Whatever it was, it stopped right outside the cabin. I could hear the faint creak of the porch boards. Then, something touched the doorknob. Just once. Not a rattle, not an attempt to open it. Just contact. Then nothing. I sat up in the dark for 2 hours, holding my hatchet in both hands. No more sounds came. In the morning, there were no tracks. I went out on patrol, worked a few miles of trail, and passed the lake near Morrison Ridge. On the way back, I spotted something odd. Broken branches on a game trail that looked too clean to be done by an animal. It looked like someone had tried to cover their tracks by brushing the trail behind them, but not well. I followed it for about 40 yards, but it just stopped. That night, I didn't sleep in the cabin. I hiked a half-mile up the ridge and dug a shallow bivvy under a rock overhang. I didn't make a fire, just laid there, watching the dark. Around 2 a.m., I saw a light. A flashlight, maybe 200 yards downhill. It didn't move much, just flickered between trees for a few minutes. Then gone. There were no campers registered for that section. No permits issued. I double-checked my log in the morning. No one was supposed to be there. I tried to make radio contact from the high ridge. Static only. The battery might have been low. I sat up there for an hour, debating if I should call in on the sat phone. But what would I even say? I heard something. I saw a light. I went back to the cabin and packed a day kit. I was going to sweep the area where I saw the light. I followed the contour of the ridge down to where I thought it had been. No trail, no sign of footprints, no fire ring, no drop gear. But then I found something. About 30 yards off a dry creek bed, someone had built a shelter. Not a camping shelter, not even a proper lean-to. Just a crude stack of bark, moss, and cut limbs, lashed together with cordage. There were no signs of fire, no sleeping bag, no pack, just a structure almost like a hunting blind, but completely hidden in thick brush. And behind it, nailed to a tree, was a strip of white cloth. Torn shirt, maybe, looked like it had blood on one corner. Dry, faded. I marked the GPS coordinates, took photos, and hiked back. I made the SAT phone call that evening, told dispatch what I found, and that I wanted someone to come check it out. They said someone would try to come in on horseback in 48 hours. That night, I nailed a bar across the inside of the door. I didn't sleep at all. I found footprints outside. Boot prints. Human. One set. They came up from the woods near the spring and circled the cabin twice. Then they stopped at the back window. There was a handprint on the glass. I stayed inside most of the day, rifle loaded, bear spray on the table, doors bolted. I didn't even cook. Just ate energy bars and stared at the woods. I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of hammering. It was far off, but distinct. Someone pounding something, metal on wood. I grabbed a rifle, threw on my boots, and slipped out the back, staying low. The sound seemed to be coming from uphill, near the direction of the old fire tower. I hiked up in the dark, using only red light. I moved slowly, not wanting to make noise. The hammering stopped as I got closer. The woods were dead, quiet again. When I reached the top of the rise, I scanned with the light. I didn't see anyone, but near the base of a tree, there was a stake driven into the ground. On it was nailed a dead squirrel. His head was missing. I left it there and hiked back fast. A storm came in. Thunder, hail, strong wind. It kept me in the cabin most of the day. I tried a sat phone again. Dead. Wouldn't even power on. That night, someone banged on the wall of the cabin. 3 quick thumps. Then silence. I stayed up all night. I made the decision to hike out. Packed everything, left a note for the relief crew, and started moving fast. Didn't take the usual trail. I bushwhacked northeast, trying to hit the river access trail that met with a fire road. About 10 miles in, I found another structure. This one was bigger, more deliberate. Poles lashed together with rope. A small pit inside, filled with bones. Not animal. Human-sized. There were no tools. No signs of campfire. Just bones and a carved wooden figure stuck in the dirt nearby, crudely shaped like a person with nails in the head. I ran. I didn't sleep. Just kept hiking, taking short breaks to drink or eat a handful of nuts. I reached the fire road by late afternoon. I followed it north until I saw a Forest Service truck parked at a trailhead. I flagged them down. They brought me out. Hashtag the aftermath. I made a full report. Gave them the GPS coordinates of the shelters, the bones, the stake. They said they'd investigate. I never heard anything back. The district never called me for another season. I looked into missing persons. I was stationed as a backcountry ranger in the Kootenai National Forest, northwest Montana, back in the summer of 2015. I've been with the Forest Service for about 5 years at that point, and had done most of my time in the Southern Rockies. That year, I volunteered for a remote post because I needed time away. My marriage had fallen apart, and I wasn't doing great mentally. I figured a summer in solitude might help clear my head. The place I was assigned to was called the 10 Mile District. It wasn't really much of a district anymore. Budget cuts had reduced staffing to almost nothing. Just one other ranger shared the district with me. But we had separate patrol zones and didn't cross paths often. My patrol area was about 300 square miles of thick woods, sharp ridges, and winding rivers. Most of it wasn't even reachable by truck. I used a pack horse for supplies and a two-way radio to check in once every 72 hours. The nearest town was Libby, about 70 miles south. They set me up in a small cabin near the edge of an old fire trail. It had been built in the 1970s, but looked older. No power, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a hand pump for water, and a compost toilet out back. It was basic, but it was mine for the summer. The first few weeks were quiet. I filled my days with trail maintenance, clearing down trees, repairing signage, and occasionally helping lost hikers or advising people about fire safety. Most of the time, I didn't see a soul, and that was fine by me. I was sleeping better, eating well, reading books by kerosene lamp. Even the isolation felt like medicine at first. Then things started getting strange. It began small, barely noticeable at first. I would find trash on trails that had been cleaned the day before, broken branches that didn't match the storm patterns. I chalked it up to careless hikers or the wind. But then I started finding boot prints. They weren't mine. I wore size 11 Danner boots with a very specific tread. These were smaller, narrower, probably a size 9 or 10, and they weren't recent. They'd show up in places that hadn't had trail traffic in weeks, sometimes in areas that weren't even trails at all, just deep woods. I made a note of it in my logs and mentioned it on my next radio check-in, but nobody seemed concerned. Could be a trapper or a hunter, they said. Lots of old, unregistered game trails out there. That made sense until I started noticing things moving at night. I'm not the kind of guy who scares easy. I've dealt with bears, wolves, even a moose charging once. But this was different. I'd hear twigs snap behind the cabin, something brushing against the walls. Once I thought I heard breathing outside the window, but when I opened the door, there was nothing there. No tracks, no smell, no animal signs. I told myself it was just wind, or maybe deer nosing around for salt. One night in mid-July, I woke up around 2:30 a.m. to the sound of crunching gravel. There was only one way in or out of the cabin clearing, and it was that old fire trail. I hadn't heard a vehicle, just that slow, deliberate crunch of footsteps moving through loose rock. I didn't have a gun, just bear spray, an axe, and a flare gun. So I waited, holding my breath, sitting up in bed with the axe across my lap. The steps stopped after a few minutes, but I never heard them turn around or move off. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I found a dead rabbit on my doorstep. Its neck had been broken. It wasn't eaten, just laid there neatly like a gift. Or a warning. I cleaned it up and again radioed it in. Could be a lynx kill, my supervisor said. They cache prey sometimes, but there were no bite marks. And lynx don't leave their food out in the open like that. A few days later, I decided to do a sweep of the area around my cabin. I walked a 5-mile radius over 2 days, trying to find signs of who or what might be moving around at night. I found more boot prints, same tread, same size, near the edge of a dry creek bed about 3 miles from the cabin. This time there were 2 sets, one older, one fresh. They circled a deadfall log and then disappeared upslope into thick brush. That made me nervous. I marked the location and tried to follow the tracks, but the terrain was rough and overgrown. No luck. I took a photo and made notes. The days were long and hot after that. Everything smelled like pine and dust. But my sleep was getting worse again. I'd wake up sweating, heart racing, sure I'd heard something. Sometimes I'd find scuff marks on the cabin deck in the morning, like someone had dragged their boots across it. Once, I found the pump handle unscrewed and laying in the dirt beside the well. Then, one morning my horse was gone. I had tied her up in the small, fenced corral next to the cabin, same as always. The gate wasn't broken, but the rope was cut clean through. Not chewed. Cut. I found her 2 days later, about 6 miles up into a ravine, tangled in some brush. She was alive, but spooked bad. Her flanks were sweaty and marked up like she'd been running hard through trees. That was the moment I knew someone was out there, and they were watching me. I considered calling for early extraction. I had another 6 weeks to go, but things didn't feel right anymore. My nerves were fraying. I started carrying the axe everywhere I went, even for bathroom trips. I built trip lines out of fishing wire around the cabin at night. I stopped reading. I just listened every night for the crunch of gravel or a knock on the wood. 3 nights after I found the horse, it escalated. It was around 1 a.m. I was asleep, but light, like always. I heard the first noise like a thud, dull and soft. Then a second, then a slow creak. The front door. I had locked it, bolted it even, but the door was old. The frame was loose from rot. If someone wanted to force it, they could. I rolled out of bed in silence and crouched behind the dresser, axe in one hand, flare gun in the other. I could hear breathing now, heavy, slow, then a hand flat, open, pressed against the door, testing it. The bull held, but just barely. The frame groaned. I waited. I didn't move. The hand slid down and away. Nothing for several minutes. Then movement again. Around the cabin. To the back. Toward the window above the bed. I nailed plywood over it the week before. Just a gut feeling. That plywood saved my life, I think. Because the next thing I heard was a hard knock. Then another. Then someone or something trying to pry it off with what sounded like metal. I aimed a flare gun at the ceiling and fired. The whole cabin lit up in red-orange light. For a second, I could see shadows moving outside. Two shapes. One tall, one shorter. Human-shaped. Then they vanished. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't leave the cabin. I sat with my back to the wall, axe ready, radio in hand. At dawn, I called it in. This time, they took me seriously. They choppered me out that afternoon. Didn't even wait for the supply run. Another ranger took my place for the final month, but he stayed in a different cabin closer to the trailhead. They never found the people responsible. Or if they did, they never told me. I asked around later, off the record. A retired ranger who used to work the district in the 80s told me something that stuck with me. There's folks up in them hills who don't want to be found, he said. Used to be miners. Some are draft dodgers. Others, well, let's just say they don't like company. He said there were stories, even back then, about cabins being watched. Stock going missing. People hearing breathing outside their tents. Most chalked it up to isolation. But not all of it was imagined. I finished out the season from a station in Central Oregon. Safer, flatter land. I stayed with the Forest Service 2 more years, then left for a job with the Bureau of Land Management. Desk work now. Permits and enforcement. I sleep with the windows closed and a flashlight next to my bed. I never went back to 10 Mile. I won't. There's something about being watched for weeks by someone who never shows their face. Someone who walks without making noise. Someone who cuts your horse loose, leaves dead animals at your door, and tests your locks in the dark. That kind of fear doesn't go away. It just gets quieter, like footsteps in gravel. I was assigned to a district in northern Nevada, part of a rugged, lesser-known part of the Humboldt-Tellabé National Forest. It wasn't a big operation, just a couple of us rotating shifts through fire season and into the late fall. Most of the time, it was quiet, lonely in the best and worst ways. I'd go days without seeing another soul, especially once September came around and the air started biting again. The station I was based out of was an old converted fire lookout about 30 minutes off the nearest paved road. The tower had long since been decommissioned, but the lower portion had been reinforced and turned into a basic ranger outpost. Radio, cot, propane stove, a few file cabinets, and a busted solar system that only worked half the time. We had a backup generator, but fuel was expensive and brought in monthly. I didn't mind the solitude. I'd been with the Forest Service for about 6 years by then. Did my time in Glacier, a bit in Arizona, and then got this assignment mostly because no one else wanted it. It was remote. It was dry. And there was nothing flashy about it. Just endless rolling hills, dry pines and juniper. Mountains that looked like they belonged on the moon. Good country for mule deer and mountain lions, but not much else. My job was simple. Check trail conditions, maintain signs, log wildlife sightings, and monitor for any fire risks or illegal activity like poaching or unregistered camps. We had a known issue with illegal miners up in some of the remote canyons. Not modern prospectors, but the type of guys who would stake out in a tent for weeks, dig out old claims from the 1800s, and sell scrap metal or quartz by the pound. There was a map in the station, decades old, with pins and red ink marking trouble spots. The southeast quadrant of the district was always a blank zone. Old topography maps showed caves out there. Limestone formations riddled with cracks, dry creek beds, and collapsed mine shafts. My supervisor warned me to stay out of that area unless I had a solid reason to go. No trails led that way, and GPS didn't always work in the ravines. The locals, mostly ranchers and a few die-hard ATV riders, avoided it too. They called it dead wash for a reason, so I stayed out of it, at least for the first 2 months. It was mid-October when I first noticed the tent. I've been doing a sweep on the northeast loop of our trail system about 12 miles from the station. There is a small stream nearby, one of the only sources of year-round water in the area. That's why I went out there at least once a week. Where there's water, there's usually people or animals or problems. The tent was tucked back under some scrub, oak, and pinyon pines. I almost missed it. It wasn't the bright orange kind you see at REI. Either, it was one of those surplus army bivvies, dull green and low to the ground. No fire pit, no sign of recent tracks, but the tent was still standing. Unzipped, empty inside, but not abandoned. There was a small rolled-up pad, a dented pot with some black coffee residue, and a yellow waterproof notebook with no writing in it. I made note of it, took a GPS pin, and left a tag on the flaps saying I was with the Forest Service. Just standard procedure. Let folks know we're around, in case they're unregistered or over the limit for stay duration. We allow up to 14 days of dispersed camping in one location, and the date on my tag would start the clock. Didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe a hunter, maybe just a guy trying to get away. I'd check it again next week. But something fell off. The tent was clean. Too clean. Like no dust had settled on it. Even though we'd had windstorms for the last 3 nights. 5 days later, I went back. The tent was gone. Not packed up, gone. Like it had never been there. No drag marks. No flattened grass. The small fire ring I'd built just a few feet away to mark my location was gone too. Even the zip-tied tag I'd put on the tree was missing. That spooked me a little. I figured maybe the camper didn't want to be found. That wasn't illegal in itself, but when people go through the trouble to erase every sign of themselves, it raises flags. Especially out here, where help is far away. I reported it over the radio. My supervisor told me to log it and keep an eye on the area. Maybe he didn't take me seriously, or maybe he'd seen enough of this kind of thing before to know when to worry and when not to. I started worrying that night. Around 2 a.m., I was jolted awake by a metallic clank. It wasn't the generator. That thing had a distinct chug, and I turned it off at dusk. This was sharper, close, like something hitting the edge of the propane cage outside. I sat up in the cot and listened. Nothing. Then I heard the steps, crunchy and slow, like someone walking over gravel. The kind of sound that doesn't belong in total wilderness silence. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped to the door, not turning it on yet. The moon was almost full, casting pale light across the clearing outside the station. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. That creeping, cold feeling at the base of your skull like eyes were on you from somewhere, just out of frame. I waited 5 minutes. 10. No movement. No more noise. When I finally turned on the light, I scanned the whole area. Nothing. But the latch on the propane cage was hanging open. I keep it padlocked. Always. I checked it the next morning. The lock was lying in the dirt about 4 feet away. Not cut. Just undone. Nothing was missing. I didn't sleep the next night. A few days later, I hiked out past the creek again. This time I went further, pushing into the hills southeast of the original tent site. I didn't have a trail to follow, just instinct and the topographic map in my head. I figured I might find signs of another legal campsite, maybe even signs of a squatter. I wasn't expecting to find the cave. It was tucked into a shallow ravine behind some brush, maybe 5 feet high and 8 feet wide. Easy to miss if you weren't looking straight at it. The rocks around the mouth were stained with some kind of soot. A dark trail of scorched dirt led in about 10 feet before the light cut off. I should have marked it and gone back. That's what I tell myself now. But at the time, I was too curious. Something about it looked prepared, not natural. There were wooden slats along the ceiling and old rusted nails sticking out of the rock, like someone had tried to reinforce it. Maybe decades ago. I went about 30 feet before I stopped. The air inside was cold. Too cold. Like walking into a freezer. I had my flashlight and a backup battery, but I didn't like the way the beam got swallowed by the dark. There were things inside. Shapes I couldn't quite make out first. Tools. Buckets. A tangle of wire. And further in clothes. Just piled in a corner. Old denim jackets, a pair of boots, a sleeping bag half unzipped. I didn't touch anything. Didn't even step closer. I just backed out and made a wide circle back to the station. I filed a report that evening, logged the location, wrote down what I saw, and sent it up the chain. I figured they'd dispatch someone to investigate, maybe from law enforcement. But 2 days passed. Then 3. No word. Radio was quiet. I hiked back on the 4th day. The cave was different. It looked the same on the outside, but when I stepped in, the pile of clothes was gone. The buckets were gone. Everything was cleaner, like someone had swept it out. But there was something new, pressed into the dirt just inside the entrance. A shoe print. Not a boot. Not mine. A small, worn-down athletic shoe. Like a kid's or a woman's. Pointed inward. Deep. Recent. I backed out again. This time I didn't wait. I got back to the station, turned on the generator, and drove the truck all the way into town. It took nearly 2 hours on the washboard road. I called the ranger office directly. Told them everything. The cave. The tent. The missing gear. The feeling that someone was watching me. They told me they'd send someone up the next day to meet me at the station. Told me not to go back to the cave. So I waited. That night, I woke up at tapping on the window. Soft. Repetitive. Not wind. Tap. 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 The blinds were down. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Just listened. The tapping stopped. Then I heard the footsteps again. Slower this time. Circling the station. Then a soft, scraping sound near the propane cage. I didn't go outside. I waited until dawn. When I opened the door, I found something strange on the railing. The yellow notebook from the tent. Still blank inside. No prints. No sign of who left it. The 2 guys who showed up the next morning were from law enforcement. Badges, radios, sidearms. Not local. They didn't say much. Just asked me to take them to the cave. I did. We hiked in silence. I was tense the whole time. The cave looked the same again. No gear. No tracks. One of the guys went in about 50 feet with a headlamp. He came back out and just shook his head. They didn't find anything. They told me I probably stumbled on an old squatter site. Maybe a runaway. Maybe just someone trying to live off-grid. Said they'd keep the location on file, but there wasn't enough evidence to open a case. That was it. They left that afternoon. A week later, I found a first trail cam. It wasn't ours. It was strapped to a pinion trunk facing one of the game trails, but it wasn't on any of our logs. Black casing. No logo. Just a thin wire running into the brush and a dead battery. I took it back to the station. I work as a backcountry ranger in western Montana. Been doing it for a little over 11 years now. Most people think it's a peaceful job, just walking around the forest, checking on trails, helping campers, watching sunsets over lakes. And for the most part it is. But there are some things that don't make the news. Things we don't talk about much, even among each other. I was stationed out at Bitter Ridge Station, part of a vast, mostly forgotten part of national forest land tucked away in a part of the state where the cell towers don't reach. Most people never make it out there unless they're lost, stubborn, or looking for something they shouldn't be. That summer was dry, which meant fires. We'd had 3 small ones already in June. Because of that, staffing was tight. A lot of the rangers were pulled to help with crews across the state. And by the middle of July, I was one of only 2 rangers assigned to our entire northern district. My partner, Ray, was on a 7A patrol loop out east. That left me covering the western half of the zone by myself for the week. Bitter Ridge Station sits about 45 miles from the nearest paved road. To get there, you've got to drive 2 hours on rough forest roads, then hike in another 45 minutes. There's no power, no plumbing, no radio tower. You get a battery-powered shortwave, a water tank, and whatever you can carry on your back. It's remote and peaceful most of the time, and I liked it that way. On the 3rd day alone out there, I got a report scratched into the trail register by a hiker. The entry was 3 days old by the time I reached it. No name, just something moving near my camp every night. Heavy, not a bear. Left tracks, going north, staying ahead of me. I didn't like that. Most people write normal stuff. Weather conditions, trail condition, maybe a funny note or a drawing of a deer. This wasn't that. This was someone who was scared, and I could tell from the handwriting they were rushing. I decided to do a sweep along the Old Devil's Lookout Trail. It's an abandoned path, barely visible now. Years ago, it had been used by fire crews and hunters, but after a few landslides and some wolf activity, it was taken off the map. Still, some stubborn hikers try it now and then. I figured maybe this guy got off trail and ended up heading that way. The trail starts flat, but climbs hard once you hit the foothills. The sun was already low by the time I got to the first big switchback, and I thought about turning around, but something didn't sit right. There was no bear scat, no claw marks, just heavy tracks in the soil, too wide for elk and too deep for a human to make without serious weight. I followed them until I reached a down tree that split the path. From that point on, everything fell off. The woods went quiet. Now, people say that all the time, like it's a scary story thing. But if you spent real time out there, you know silence in the forest is never normal. Even when you're alone, the woods talk. Bugs, birds, branches, the background noise of life. But in that moment, nothing moved. I waited a few minutes, listening. No wind, no rustle, just a faint sound of my own breathing. I pushed on a little further, just far enough to see the drop-off where the ridge cuts down toward the creek. That's when I saw it. A tarp, half buried under a pile of broken pine branches, maybe 50 yards off trail. At first, I thought it had just blown there, but then I realized it was staked down with rocks. And under it, something was moving. I slowly stepped toward it. The hairs on my arms were standing straight up, and I wasn't even cold. When I reached it, I lifted the edge with the tip of my boot. Underneath was a pile of bones. Mostly deer from what I could tell. Ribs, spine, legs, all broken in half. Not chewed like a bear would do. Snapped. Cracked like someone had twisted them with their hands. Some of them were still pink inside. Fresh. But there was something else mixed in. A boot. Old. Torn at the top. Still had a sock in it, and the sock looked worn. Too small for a man. Probably a woman's. I didn't see a foot, but I didn't look much longer either. I took a GPS point and got the hell out of there, hiking back fast. When I reached the station, I tried the shortwave. Nothing. Just static. The battery was low, and the backup one had stopped charging 2 days earlier. It happens. I figured I'd hike out in the morning and report it. I locked up, made a quick dinner, and tried to sleep. Didn't work. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard something outside. At first, it was just a scraping sound, soft like something brushing against the cabin. I lay still, trying to convince myself it was a branch in the wind. But there was no wind. I reached for my flashlight and waited. Then I heard it again. This time it was footsteps. Slow, steady, circling the cabin, crunching through dry pine needles. Heavy steps, too far apart to be a regular person. Then they stopped right outside the window behind my bed. I didn't move. After a few minutes, the footsteps started again, this time heading toward the front of the cabin. That's when I heard the creak. The sound of the front steps bending under weight. 1, 2, 3, then nothing. I sat there in the dark for what felt like hours, listening to my heartbeat in my ears. But nothing else happened. Just silence. Eventually, light started coming through the cracks in the shutter. Morning. I waited another full hour before I opened the door. There were footprints in the dust. Big ones. Bare feet. Toes spread wide. No shoe treads, just skin and dirt and a trail leading back into the woods. I followed them for about 10 minutes, but they vanished past a rocky outcrop where the pine needles were too thick to track. I packed my gear and hiked out. The drive back was long, and every shadow in the trees looked like something standing. Once I got to the main outpost, I filed a full report. I gave them my GPS point, photos of the tracks, and everything I'd seen. They didn't say much, just thanked me and told me they'd elevated. I never heard anything back. That's normal. These kinds of things don't make it to press releases. The next season, Devil's Lookout Trail was officially removed from all maps, and a new closure notice was posted for the area around Bitter Ridge. Due to fire damage and unstable terrain, it said, I know what I saw. I know those weren't bear tracks, and I know those bones didn't get there by accident. Sometimes out there, something walks the land that doesn't want to be found. It isn't a ghost. It isn't a monster. It's just something that knows how to live where we don't. Something that sees us before we see it. I've gone back since then, but not alone. Never again alone. And I never sleep near Devil's Lookout. Some places should stay quiet. Some signs shouldn't be ignored. And sometimes, when you're all alone out there and the woods go still, you're not alone at all. You're just the only one who doesn't know it yet.